Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to what promises to be a cracking final regatta of the 2024 New South Wales rowing season. Here this morning, the New South Wales Masters State Championships. Before we get underway, we'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So jam-packed program for us this morning. A couple of heats to get underway, 8 o'clock and 8:05. The first two races are heats of the women's F single scull, and then we are finals all the way through to lunch and all the way through to the end of the day, rather. So medals on offer for every race this morning after the first two come down at the track. A lot of these athletes coming off a very successful Australian Masters Rowing Championships at Lake Barrington a couple of weeks ago, where we saw New South Wales crews perform particularly well. It looks like the weather is going to be putting on a cracker for us this morning. About 11 degrees at the moment, a top of 20, and almost not a breath of wind out on the course here this morning, and that's not expected to change the entire way through today's racing until we conclude at about 3 p.m. this afternoon. Last race, 3:09 with the mixed G quad sculls. We're just awaiting race number one as we see our crews aligned under starters orders at the 1,000 metre mark. So away and racing in race number one of the 2024 New South Wales State Masters Championships. Heat one of the women's F single scull. There'll be two heats where the top four will progress through to the final in just a couple of hours' time. The remainder of the field eliminated. So 6 crews underway here in this first race. Over in lane 2, we've got Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. She's coached by my co-commentator Mark Teachin. Lake 2 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Louise Termine. Like Rain 4, rather, from Endeavour Rowing Club, Katrina Whiteley, coached by Susan Philpott. In lane 5 from St George Rowing Club, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, M. Barrack, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Marie Brown, coached by Jeanette Beaton. And looks like all crews getting away well, and our scullers in lanes 3 and 5 appearing to lead the pack in the early stages of the race. So that's Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club. I am, of course, just telling that from looking into the glare and the fog from the commentary box, and we'll get a clearer picture as they approach the 500 metre mark. But that does appear to be our leading 2, and then the trailing 3 locked in a little bit of a battle for that all-important final qualifying spot. 2 crews to be eliminated from this event at the conclusion of this heat, and 4 crews safely through to this morning's A final. That's race 19 on your program, so a pretty short turnaround for these scullers who will be competing at just 9:45 a.m, so about a bit over an hour and a half away. See the Endeavour sculler on the left of your picture there if you're joining us on the live stream. Just a little bit out of contention at the moment as the scullers from Lake Macquarie, St George, Leichhardt, and I'd say as well the second Lake Macquarie crew or sculler on the far side of the course also just in it, but it will be reasonably tight for that last qualifying spot. So through the 500 metre mark, M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club leading from Joanne Ward of St George, Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie sitting in the provisional 3rd place spot at the halfway point. Katrina Whiteley from Endeavour just 1.3 seconds clear of 5th place. Marie Brown of Lake Macquarie in lane 7, and the Glebe sculler Mika Kelly just a little bit out of contention at this stage. So a battle well and truly on for that final qualifying spot between Katrina Whiteley of Endeavour and Marie Brown of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. That's the scullers in lanes 4 and 7. So a couple of lanes in between those two scullers. At this stage, it does look like the sculler there in lane 4, Katrina Whiteley from Endeavour, who is still ahead and possibly just lengthening out that margin in her quest to secure a spot in the A final, and possibly just pushing up on our early race leader there over in lane 3 from Lake Macquarie. But it is certainly the sculler from Leichhardt Rowing Club who led at the 500 and has only extended that lead in the closing stages of this heat. M. Barrack in the white, blue and red singlet. Second place would be reasonably hard to tell between the sculler from Lake Macquarie over in lane 3 and St George in lane 5. Looks like that St George sculler just still slightly ahead, maybe half a boat length or so, but those placings somewhat academic at this point, as those two scullers well and safely through to the A final. It'll just be up to the sculler in the centre of the course there from Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley, who is currently probably the best part of a boat length ahead of the 5th place sculler from Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown, who's currently set to be eliminated from this event at the conclusion of this heat. M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club, an all-the-way win in the women's F single scull. The first heat, first of 2 heats. First race of the regatta here at the New South Wales State Masters Championships. An all-the-way win and not pushed at all, as our sculler from St George Rowing Club, Joanne Ward, in lane 5, comes across in 2nd place. Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in 3rd place. And the Endeavour sculler about 2 lengths clear in that 4th and final A final qualifying spot there. Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie and Mika Kelly of Glebe Rowing Club 5th and 6th, and those two eliminated from the event. And the winning time there, 4:45.24 as we move to the second heat. And coming at us thick and fast here in the women's F single scull. We've got over in lane 3 from North Shore Rowing Club, Mary Walsh. Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 4. Diane McShane from Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 5. Catherine Maxwell from Glebe in lane 6. And Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 7. And so 4 crews from this 5-crew final will progress through to the A final, and at the 500 metre mark, that was Tess Fearon of Lake Macquarie, Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne, Diane McShane of Endeavour, and Mary Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club, who were all sitting in that top 4 positions. Catherine Maxwell from Glebe, there in lane 6, second from the grandstand side of the course, who's currently looking to occupy that final spot in this race, and unfortunately will be eliminated from the event as the leading 4 crews just starting to open up that gap away from her. So all these scullers starting to bring the rate down a touch and conserving a little bit of energy for the A final that is to come in just about an hour and 40 minutes time. It looks like we're going to have quite a good finish here, actually, in the in this second heat of the women's F single scull. Of course, the first place crew across the line will secure themselves the preferred centre lane in the final, so there is still something to play for here, even though all these crews that are about to come across the line almost in a row are safely through to the final. But looks like the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club sculler in lane 7, Tess Fearon in the Empacher shell, who will take it by half a length from the lane 4 sculler from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, and Diane McShane of Endeavour in lane 5 across the line in 3rd place. Sculler over in lane 3 from North Shore. Mary Walsh will take that 4th and final spot in the final. And the Glebe Sculler, Catherine Maxwell, in 5th place. The winning time of that one, 4:57.94. So we're awaiting a start in race number 3 on the program, the men's para single scull. The reigning champion is Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City, but not here to defend that championship this year. We've got 2 scullers in this event. Over in lane 4 from Glebe, we have Parry Mortaris. He's coached by Kenneth Major, and he'll start off a 19-second handicap, while James Johnson of Community Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, in lane 5, who will start off the starters' orders, start off go. A little bit of an age gap between these 2 athletes, and we are, looks like we're just underway with James Johnson of Community Rowing Club. Of course, we'll wait the 19 seconds for the Glebe sculler to get underway, and then it will just be a case of whether Parry Mutaris can chase down the leading sculler there. Approaching the first timing point of this men's para single scull, and as we would expect, the sculler has gone off for the 19-second head start. James Johnson from Community Rowing Club there in the, I believe it would be a Resolute Racing shell, just crossing that first timing point, and this is where we'll get the first indication of how the hunt for the lead is going for Parry Mataris from Glebe over in lane 4. If that margin, so 2:28 through the 500, if that margin is less than 19 seconds, then we are in for a shot of a good race here, as that would indicate that Parry has started to whittle down on that initial race lead. 24 seconds there, so perhaps the additional age counting for a little bit more experience from the Community Rowing Club sculler there. 14 years the age gap there, so it can surely account for a bit of experience in the sport of rowing. James Johnson just extending that head start. This race approaching its conclusion now in about the last 225 metres of the course, and James Johnson of Community Rowing Club, who row out there for the time being on the Lane Cove River, looking to that margin possibly just having shrunk just a tiny bit, but certainly not enough for Parry Mataris of Glebe Rowing Club to make inroads on a very classy row here from the front. James Johnson of Community Rowing Club. He'll be our first New South Wales Masters State Champion of 2024. Barring disaster in the last 5 or 6 strokes now. Well and truly into the red boys, the last 100 metres of the course. First place across the line in the men's para single scull, James Johnson of Community Rowing Club. And the second place sculler across the line, and a fantastic row from him, Parry Mataris of Glebe Rowing Club. The winning time there, 5:01.16, and the margin 22.67 seconds. Next race to get underway will be the women's para single scull, but just a little bit of a break in proceedings. That one scheduled to start at 8:30 a.m. in about 10 minutes time, but we will have the presentation of medals for the men's para single scull in just a couple of moments time. And if we turn our attention to the presentation dais, or the presentation of medals for the men's para single scull, our gold medalist and state champion for 2024, James Johnson of Community Rowing Club. So we're away and racing now with race number 4 on your program, the women's para single scull. 3 competitors in this race. Over in lane 4 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, we have Lisa Greisel. Lane 5 from Australian National University, Sue Donoghue. And in lane 9 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly. So well, that's how it was on the program, but I think the lanes may be just slightly different out on the course with Lisa Greisel over there in lane 4, Sue Donoghue in lane 5, and Mika Kelly from Glebe in lane 9, closest to the bank with the umpire's boat following very closely there. So Lisa Greisel over on the far side is part of the Australian Paracox 4 squad, reserved for that team, I believe. And we'll starting off a 20-second handicap. The sculler from Lake Macquarie there on the far side of the course, so a little bit of work to do to overcome her competitors here, and the biggest challenge will come in the form of Sue Donoghue in the lane next to her from the Australian National University, who took out the interstate women's Masters para single scull at the Australian National Masters Championships at Lake Barrington a couple of weeks ago, competing for the Australian Capital Territory, which would make it as well a win in both the regular interstate regatta and the Masters interstate regatta for ACT in the women's para single sculls. And so she was obviously the early race leader there with a 20-second head start. And as we approach the 500 metre mark, we can see Lisa Greisel really having brought that gap right down, and the margin just under 5 seconds now. So it'll be a long 500 metres here for Sue Donoghue from the ACT, the Australian National University, who the finish line will not come soon enough as she sees the threat there from Lisa Greisel on her right-hand side. Over in lane 9, Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club, just about 14 seconds back there. Mika won the regular women's Masters para single scull at the National Championships at Lake Barrington, representing Glebe and not the state, as was the case for the sculler in the centre of the course. So a very well-credentialed field here, and as the sculler in the bright green Zudi, Lisa Greisel in the centre of the course there, just gets her bow ball in front of our early race leader, Sue Donoghue from the Australian National University, who's certainly not letting up in the closing stages and will seek to put as much pressure as possible there, but I would suggest Lisa Greisel possibly has the race pretty much won and done at this stage, about 200 metres or so left to row. And it's about a boat length of margin now between the two crews, the two scullers rather. Lisa rowing there in a Hudson Shell, which I'm led to believe is actually Grace Cypher's single scull. Those two having swapped boats in the lead up to Grace's international campaign, the under-23 lightweight single scull, where she'll have a Filippi for the World Championships, as is the case with all our underage Australian team crews. So very kind of Lisa to lend that to Grace and arrange that to get her used to that shell. But the Hudson Shell doesn't appear to be making too much of a difference as she extends that lead on Sue Donoghue. And with just a few strokes to go, the state champion in the women's Masters para single scull will be Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, about 4 lengths clear from Sue Donoghue of the Australian National University, will come across for the silver medal, and Mika Kelly of Glebe Rowing Club in 3rd place. Winning time there, 4:46.86, and the margin 9 seconds at the post. Down on the course now, a very exciting race in prospect. About 30 seconds road already. The men's AB Coxless 4, the current title holders sitting in lane 5 rather, the University of New South Wales. That is an unchanged crew from the crew that took this race by about a second and a half last year from another Nepean composite, but the Nepean composite in lane 4, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club, and Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh of Newcastle University Boat Club. So Jason Waddell rather was in the silver medal crew in this event last year, just pipped by a bit over a second at the post, and returns with a new lineup this year to take the challenge to the University of New South Wales. As the fog rolls in here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, the University of New South Wales crew had a handy 1 second head start at the start of this race and looked to have just extended that as they approached the 500 metre mark, and sitting at almost 3 lengths already. So a crew that has clearly spent a lot of time rowing together over the past 12 months, looking to defend this state championship, and a bit over 6 seconds the margin between those two combinations at the halfway point. So a very early, or very significant early race lead there from the University of New South Wales. That's Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe, who are about 6.5 seconds and only extending their lead on the Nepean and Newcastle University Boat Club composite over there in lane 4, who have a little bit of work to do as they approach the 750 metre mark in this AB Coxless 4's race. And it's certainly hotting up. They're throwing everything at it, but that is a lot of ground to overcome here in the closing stages of this race. As we approach the finish line, it is still the University of New South Wales holding a pretty similar lead to what they held at the halfway point, about 3 boat lengths over the Nepean and Newcastle University Boat Club composite crew. So our reigning state champions are looking to hold on to that state championship here in the Masters AB Coxless 4. Nicholas and George Lazarou, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe take the win, and the silver medal goes to the Nepean and Leichhardt composite crew. And down on the presentation dais, we have the presentation of medals for the women's para single scull. And gold medalist and state champion for 2024, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So just a reminder from our boat race officials that the area up near the 2,000 metre start line, so past the buoys, is strictly out of bounds. So when you're warming up for your race, please do it on the training lake and not in that first 500 or 750 metres of the course. That area is out of bounds. It is a safety issue, and we cannot have any scullers down past those buoys.
I should put socks. I forgot to bring other shoes. I only brought my slides.
Before our next race gets underway, we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the men's AB Coxless 4. And congratulations to our gold medalists and state champions for 2024, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazaru, George Lazaru, Ben Whalen, and Andrew McEnroe. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions for 2024 in the men's A and B Coxless 4. And back down to the course now, as we can see the extent of that fog that's rolling in. I can sort of only just see the start line from up here in the commentary box. We've got race number 6 underway, the women's H double sculls. The current title holders sitting in lane 3, Manning River Rowing Club, with one substitution there in that crew. But over in lane 2, we've got Canberra Rowing Club, Gillian College and Janny Corey. In lane 3 from Manning River Rowing Club, Sue Edwards and Kay Smythe. Lane 4 from Mossman Rowing Club, Ann Taylor and Margaret Small. Lane 5, a composite of Endeavour and North Shore Rowing Clubs, Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore and Lindy Nesbitt from Endeavour Rowing Club. In lane 6 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Petra Macaskill and Rosemary Hancock. And in lane 7, a composite of the Sydney University and Bunbury boat clubs. Joe Pollitt from Bunbury and Ann Tout of the Sydney University Boat Club. And that race just starting to approach the 500 metre mark. You can see the timing in the back of the picture there if you're joining us on the live stream. As we see on the left of your picture, the crew be third from the right, the Endeavour composite, Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore and Lindy Nesbitt from Endeavour Rowing Club, who look to be leading the pack in the early exchanges of this race. They're leading our current reigning state champions, the Manning River crew over on the far side of the course. They look to be just dropped right out of contention here at this stage. Top 3 looking to be the crew from Abbotsford Rowing Club, maybe sitting back in 3rd. Mossman Rowing Club in 2nd, and Endeavour and North Shore Composite there just leading the charge. A nice V formation from the crews as they come down the course now. And the margins, so as we're at the 500 metre mark, it is the Endeavour North Shore crew from Abbotsford, from Mossman, Manning River in 4th, Sydney University and Bunbury in 5th, and Canberra Rowing Club sitting back in 6th place. But certainly all to play for as the Abbotsford crew only 0.95 of a second ahead of Mossman, and the Manning River crew sitting in 4th, only 0.03 of a second over Sydney University Bunbury crew. And it's same margin as we saw in a fantastic men's Coxless Fours race last night, where our Australian 4, New Look 4, got up over GB in the heats. But it's certainly Endeavour and North Shore Composites race to lose there. The crew in lane 5, about a length up on the competition, and a tight battle unfolding for the minor placings between Abbotsford and Mossman rowing clubs. And apologies if I do call anything wrong, because this fog is just worsening, as you can see on the screen, and getting almost quite difficult to call the colours here at this stage. But going off the lanes, it is certainly the Endeavour composite there in lane 5, who are still leading. Mossman Rowing Club to their right-hand side, sitting in the provisional 2nd place position, and a bit over a boat length down still in the closing stages, so a little bit of work to do as the Endeavour composite there just lifting their rate to fend off any potential late challenges. Abbotsford Rowing Club certainly not out of contention as well at this stage, about a boat length down still in 3rd place as Mossman start to lift and come home really strongly. They're into the red boys the last 100 metres, the last just 10% of this race here in the women's H double scull. And it is still the Endeavour North Shore Composite who have just responded to that challenge from Mossman Rowing Club. So Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore in the bow seat, and Lindy Nesbitt from Endeavour Rowing Club in the stroke seat. And they're just over a boat length clear of the competition now in the closing strokes. And they'll be your state champions in the women's H double scull for 2024. Mossman Rowing Club in 2nd place, and Abbotsford crossing the line just under a length behind in 3rd. The crew over in lane 3 from Manning River in 4th place, and the Sydney University and Bunbury composite there in 5th. The crew over in lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club in 6th place. As we peer down into the fog, we can see crews starting to get themselves organised for a race start in the men's I single scull. And 6 crews will be lining up in this race. Over in lane 2, Robert Drury from Mossman Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 3, John Newcomb from Mossman in 4, Branko Kovacic from Drummoyne in lane 5, Graham Nix from Manning River in 6, and Craig Butler from Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 7. And as we look onto the screen, it does look like that fog is just sitting at the 1500 metre mark and not really affecting things too much at the race start. And they are underway with just, looks like Craig Butler of Newcastle just getting away a little bit behind the rest of the field. But the remainder of the field away strongly. So we see some fantastic shots from our umpires' launches of these crews, just entering the mist that's sitting in the centre of the racecourse at the moment, or the middle stages of the racecourse. And looks like the crews on the far side of the course, possibly Rodney Stewart from there from Melbourne Rowing Club. Those crews just approaching the 500 metre mark, and certainly I'll need be waiting the timing to come up on the screen to give you an update on the progress, because there is not much I can tell up here from the commentary box of what's coming down the course at this stage. So crews just coming through that halfway timing point, and it is Rodney Stewart of Melbourne Rowing Club sailing, as it would be, through the 500 metre mark. Graham Nix 1.6 seconds behind, representing Manning River there in lane 6. Robert Drury of Mossman in third place at that halfway timing point, and then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. Branko Kovacic from Drummoyne sitting in 4th place. John Newcomb of Mossman in 5th. And that'll be Craig Butler as well from Newcastle Rowing Club, who'll be rounding out this men's I single scull as they emerge from the fog in the closing stages of the race. And a good race on here between Rodney Stewart and Graham Nix, Melbourne and Manning River, respectfully between those two crews. So early race leader there was Rodney Stewart there from Melbourne Rowing Club, and he's still leading by about a boat length from Graham Nix of Manning River Rowing Club, and but things certainly getting a little bit tighter in the closing stages of the race. Graham Nix just having a little brush with the boys there on his bow side. We'll have to avoid those to mount a late charge here at 120 metres left to row, and I would say it is certainly the light blue Zudi Melbourne Rowing Club, who is still out in the lead over Manning River Rowing Club there, and the sculler from Mossman, Robert Drury, over there in lane 2 on the far side of the course, who's emerged from the mist in 3rd place in provisional bronze medal position. And positions look to be fairly unchanged in the closing stages of the race, as it's been the entire way down the course. It is Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club who has extended that lead and will win by about 3 boat lengths from Graham Nix of Manning River Rowing Club there in lane 6. Silver medal, and the Mossman sculler over there in lane 2, Robert Drury for the bronze. Across in fourth place, sculler there in lane 5. From Des Moines Rowing Club, Branko Kovacic, coached by Kathleen Hextall. John Newcomb from Mossman there in lane 4, and the sculler from Newcastle in lane 7, Craig Butler, will round out in 6th place. We might not be able to see it, but we are underway with race number 8, the men's J to M single scull. So 6 crews contesting this race. This will be some of our oldest competitors in this regatta. And over in lane 2 from North Shore Rowing Club, Len Walter. Lane 3 from Des Moines Rowing Club, Graham Wern. In lane 4, Bruce Sharp of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Lane 5, Michael Lane of Central Coast Rowing Club. Lane 6, Michael College of Canberra Rowing Club. And in lane 7, John James of North Shore Rowing Club, as they just emerged from the mist, which looks to have pushed its way a little bit further towards the start line. So I should get a bit of a better picture of the race now. And it is the sculler there in lane 7, John James from North Shore Rowing Club, who went off starters go, and about 22 seconds ahead of Michael College of Canberra Rowing Club, and 38 seconds the rest of the field. So could be in for an exciting finish to this one, as the crews who went off a handicap make their way and down the course and start to challenge our early race leaders who are afforded that handicap. So if this is your first time watching Masters Rowing, competitors are ranked according to age or classified according to age, and the older you are, the better a head start you get, which can sometimes lead to some cracking racing here in Masters Rowing, as we see some massive handicaps and some underdog crews try to rein in some early race leaders. So that could be the case here with John James. He's about 4 years older than his nearest competitor, about 6 years older than most of the field here, and he's still leading by a good couple of boat lengths. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the closing 250 metres of the race. North Shore Rowing Club sculler there, closest to the grandstand, and I'd say there's actually quite a big margin for the rest of the field to overcome. So 22 seconds ahead of the sculler to his right, who is right at the back of the field at the moment, and the remaining 4 scullers who are chasing, they started off a 38-second handicap. 38 seconds. The margin to his nearest competitor, who Len Walter on the far side of the course, was 24 seconds at the 500 metre mark. So couldn't quite make up half of that early handicap, and a little bit of work to do in the closing stages. It's down to about 3 boat lengths now, with it's looking like the Lake Macquarie sculler in the centre of the course. Bruce Sharp in the bright green zoot suit, who is the nearest competitor. Len Walters there from North Shore right in it, in the hunt for a minor medal, as well as John James of North Shore Rowing Club looks to hang on to that race lead. He's still got it by about 3 boat lengths at this stage. He's into the red buoys the last 100 metres, and you see him just having a look there over, check on where his competitors are. I think he's probably done enough, unless there is a very late surge from his competition. He's still leading by about 1.5 lengths now, so that margin narrowing with every stroke, and I don't think the finish line will come soon enough for the liking of John James, but he's going to hang on by about 2 boat lengths. So John James of North Shore Rowing Club hanging on to a great race win in the Jada M single scull. About 2 lengths of margin, the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club sculler there in lane 4. It's Bruce Sharp with the silver medal, and Len Walter from North Shore Rowing Club in the bronze. So a fantastic race here in the Jada M single scull, and it'll be a great race for the 4th medal position. Or not fourth medal position, but the 4th place position that comes through almost in a dead heat at that stage, I would say. And our timing system might have it at Graham Wern from Drummoyne over Michael Lane of Central Coast, but we'll wait for the photo finish on that one as they cross the line. And just one more sculler to complete the event. That'll be Michael College of Canberra Rowing Club, who will cross the line in 6th place. And on the presentation days now, we've got the presentation medals for the men's I single scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalist from Mossman Rowing Club, Robert Drury. 2nd place, silver medalist from Manning River Rowing Club, Graham Nix. Gold medalist and state champion for 2024 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the men's I single scull. And approaching the last 250 metres of the course here, the men's G coxless pair. No current title holder. This one wasn't contested last year, as we have just 2 crews in the race this year, so a straight match-up between Glebe and St George Rowing Clubs. The Glebe crew in lane 4, Mark Teachin and Stephen Caldwell, and the St George Club there in lane 5 nearest to us. It's Lewis Crooks and Paul Wilkinson, and it is certainly the crew from Glebe, Mark Teachin, Stephen Caldwell, who are leading comfortably by about almost, I'd say, 10 or 15 seconds at this stage, about 150 metres left to row. And barring disaster, they will most certainly be the state champions in the men's G coxless pair. Mark having coached a few crews already this morning, and I believe up for some commentary later in the weekend. A very busy man out here at the Masters State Championships indeed. And adding a gold medal to that list of accomplishments here this weekend, as it's been almost the whole way down the course. The Glebe Rowing Club will be the state champions in the men's G coxless pair, Mark Teachin and Stephen Caldwell. And crossing the line, 2nd place, St George Rowing Club there, Lewis Crooks and Paul Wilkinson. Race number 10 on your program, well underway now. The women's E coxless 4, and just 3 crews in this race, scratching from lane 3. So in lane 4, a composite of North Shore and St George Rowing Club, with Jenny Wilson and Kristen McCready of St George, and Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell of North Shore Rowing Club, Kim Rudder and Bruce Williams, the coaching team there. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5, Diane Williams, Susan Heggett, Jane Hutchinson and Belinda Brigham. North Shore Rowing Club there in lane 6. Rhonda Decker, Julie Bohm, Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton, as all these crews going off on starters go. So a tight race starting to unfold as well. The crew over on the far side of the course there from North Shore and St George look to have got away the best. And tight little battle between Leichhardt and North Shore. That Leichhardt crew in the centre of your picture, North Shore Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your picture, and you can see the North Shore St George crew on the left-hand side, just edging out to a bit of a race lead. As they come through the 500-metre mark, it's just under a boat length, and then it is bow ball to bow ball for the minor medal positions as Leichhardt and North Shore cross that halfway timing point. It was Leichhardt, but North Shore, I think, just getting their bow ball in front for that halfway timing point. So the 500-metre timings do show 0.15 of a second between those two crews. I'd say it was even tighter than that as we enter the final 500 metres of the course. North Shore and St George starting to pull away from the challenging crews now as they open up a bit over a boat length in between them and the third place Leichhardt crew. And the crew, the all North Shore crew, starting to just get the better of the Leichhardt crew. But neither crew out of contention here, and a late surge could certainly make the difference in the closing stages of this Women's E Coxless 4. So the North Shore St George composite there of Jenny Wilson, Kristen McCready, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. They were early race leaders, and they've just extended that ascendancy in the second half of the race. There's about half a length of clear water between them and their nearest competitor, but it is on for young and old between North Shore and St George in the centre of the course. It was North Shore and Leichhardt, rather, excuse me. So it was Leichhardt in the early stages. North Shore just creeping ahead at the halfway point. Leichhardt have started to respond, and North Shore have seen the threat, and they have gone early as Leichhardt are seeing what they can do in the closing strokes. The bow balls cross into the last 100 metres. The red boys, the last 100 metres of the course. It is certainly going to be North Shore and St George Rowing Club in lane 4 who only extend that lead in the closing stages. And the final exchanges between North Shore and Leichhardt in lanes 5 and 6 have seen North Shore respond the best and open up almost a boat length in the last 150 metres. So North Shore and St George will take the gold medal. The all North Shore crew in lane 6 take the silver, and Leichhardt Rowing Club in third place. As we wait for our next race to get underway, we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the men's G coxless pair. And our gold medalists and state champions for 2024 Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Mark Teachin and Stefan Caldwell. And gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions for 2024 in the men's G coxless pair. We're underway in race number 11 on your program, the Women's G8. Just a two-crew match race in this event. So North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4, and next to them a composite of the Manning River, Australian National University and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs. So the North Shore crew, Trish McKeegan, Linda Munn, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass and Jane Kavanagh, the Cox, coached by Kim Rudder. And in lane 5, the composite crew, we have Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie, Genevieve Dobbs and Gay Pullen from Manning River Rowing Club. Tracy Nyman from Lake Macquarie, Sue Donahue, Sue Donahue from Australian National University, Amanda Cavill from Manning River, Elaine Bissica from Australian National University, and Prudence Deacon from Manning River Rowing Club. Ava Fulzen, the coxswain. So just the two crews in this race, and it is reasonably tight, but the crew from North Shore, who are our reigning champions in this event, just eking out about a boat length's lead at the halfway point, so about a bit over, in fact, so about 5 seconds the lead to the reigning champions from North Shore Rowing Club. Manning River Composite just trailing back, and in a 1,000-metre eights race, that is a difficult margin to overcome with just a short amount, just 2 minutes left to do it, and the boat's already just about at their top speed after 500 metres rowed. It is very difficult indeed to overcome an early race lead like that, so certainly North Shore's race to lose. I was just getting a little bit confused there by the sight of a couple of Mossman Zooties in that North Shore crew, and I'm just trying to see that on my timing screens, but looks like maybe a substitution that hasn't quite come through on my end. So I'm going to call it as the North Shore and Mossman Rowing Club composite crew. They're in lane 4, who have only extended that early race lead and about 3 boat lengths ahead. Of the Manning River Australian National University and Lake Macquarie composite crew, the Licorice All Sorts crew, as my co-commentator Stuart John would call it, but it is the North Shore and apparently Mossman Rowing Club crew in lane 4, an all-the-way win in the Women's Masters G8, and they'll win it easily, about 10 seconds the margin back to the Manning River Composite in second place. Down on our presentation dais now, the presentation of medals for the Women's E Coxless 4. Second place and silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Rhonda Decker, Julie Bohm, Jo Hodgkinson, and Annalise Appleton. First place and gold medalists and state champions for 2024, a composite of North Shore and St George Rowing Clubs, represented by Jenny Wilson, Christine McCready, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Women's E Coxless 4. And away in racing and rapidly approaching the finish, the men's F quad scull, the current title holders, Manning River in the centre of the course. So a full 7 crews out here, and we'll see how many names I can get through in the next minute and a half. So Armidale in lane 2, Stephen Cotter, Felix Burkhard, Richard Percy and Milton Kirkpatrick. Over on the far side of the course, Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Bradley Sewell, Andres Medinas, Mark Whitaker, Chris Turner in lane 3. St George Rowing Club in lane 4, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Alan Robertson and Stephen Harrison. Manning River Rowing Club in lane 5, our defending champions who are currently looking like they're in the lead. That's Roy Halliday, Murray Douse, Nick Johnson and Glenn Herbert. Mossman Rowing Club there in lane 6, James Aroni, Michael Salter, Lawrence Nethery and Harry Fine. Lane 7 will be A composite of Newcastle and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs, James Smetham, Robert Wallace, Wayne Deemer and Peter Kemp. And in lane 8, a composite of Capital Lakes and Lake Tuggeranong, Mal Rhymes, Vince Townsend, Dario Beltrami and Steve Greskoviak, as St George Rowing Club have just started to move ahead and eke out a bit of advantage over the Manning River Rowing Club in lane 5. So the St George crew in lane 4 in the Empacker Shell there with about 3/4 of a boat length advantage over Manning River. But the battle well and truly on for the minor medals with the crew over in lane 3 from Shoalhaven doing battle with Mossman Rowing Club and the Canberra composite, the Capital Lakes composite in lane 8. So anyone's guess for that bronze medal, the gold will certainly go the way of St George Rowing Club there in lane 4. Manning River Rowing Club will take the silver medal, a bit over a boat length the margin there, but it's going to come right down to the line for the bronze. We've got the Capital Lakes composite on the near side of the crew who are surging. They're possibly the faster moving crew. They have the momentum. The crew over there in lane 3 from Shoalhaven are going with them. It'll be the Capital Lakes composite who take the bronze medal. Shoalhaven for 4th. Mossman Rowing Club just spat out the back of that battle there for 5th place. And the crew in lane 7, the Newcastle composite in 6th place. If we turn our attention back to the presentation day, so we'll have the presentation of medals for the Women's G Cox State. Gold medalists and state champions for 2024, North Shore Rowing Club. Trish McEakin, Linda Munns, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, the crew coxed by Jane Kavanagh. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our gold medalists and state champions for 2024, North Shore. So coming towards us now with about 350 metres left to row is race 13 on your program, the men's H Coxless 4. In lane 4 we have Leichhardt Rowing Club represented by David Ross, David Hogan, Robert Tiley and Timothy Tyndale. Lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Peter Mayo, James Taylor, John Struick and John May. And in lane 6 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Konstantin Laptev, Neil McCormack, Joseph Zammett and Michael Hayes. And it does look like the Leichhardt Rowing Club crew who were in the lead at the 500 metre mark and have only extended that lead in the second 500 metres of this race. David Ross, David Hogan, Robert Tiley and Timothy Tyndale currently getting a look back on the field. About 2 lengths ahead of Mossman there in the provisional silver medal position. And the crew from Abbotsford in lane 6 just trailing the field a little bit there. So confirmation there, Leichhardt Rowing Club with the win in the Men's Masters. H. Coxless 4, about 8 seconds the margin from Mossman, the silver medalist, and just coming across the line, the Abbotsford and Penrith composite crew there in lane 6 across the line in 3rd place. We'll have the presentation of medals for race number 12, the men's F quad scull. Third place and bronze medalists, the Capital Lakes and Lake Tuggeranong composite. Mal Rhymes, Vince Townsend, Dario Beltrami, and Steve Greskoviak. Second place and silver medalists, the Manning River Rowing Club. Roy Halliday, Murray Doust, Nick Johnson, and Glenn Herbert. And gold medalists and state champions for 2024, St George Rowing Club. Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Alan Robertson, and Stephen Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions and medalists in the men's F quad scull. Race 14 on our program underway and approaching the halfway point now, and 3 boats lining up in this event, with Leichhardt Rowing Club represented over in lane 4 by Richard Medway and Frank McHugh. Lane 5 is represented by a composite of St George and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs, Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie, Christopher Jones of St George. Lake Macquarie in lane 6, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, and pretty close at the halfway point. So it was the Leichhardt crew in the centre, or on the far side of the course rather, Medway and McHugh, who are leading by about 3.5 seconds from Lake Macquarie in lane 6, and then the St George Lake Macquarie crew just 1.22 seconds behind them in lane 5. But from my eye up here, it does look like they might have just gotten ahead, or at the very least certainly still in contention in the closing strokes of the race. The Leichhardt crew just getting away from the rest of the field at the moment, and certainly having it all their own way, looking pretty comfortable in the lead of this men's E double sculls race. As we approach the closing stages of the race, it is still Leichhardt in the lead, although that lead has diminished somewhat. We're seeing a really great finish from the crew in the centre of the course, the St George Lake Macquarie crew, Sean Ryan and Christopher Jones, who have put their bow ball clearly in the silver medal position and are look to have designs on a potential upset here for the gold, but I don't think they'll have quite enough room. The finish line will come just too soon for that challenge, as our all-the-way leaders will hang on. Leichhardt Rowing Club, represented by Richard Medway, Frank McHugh, will take the win in the men's E double scull. The St George Lake Macquarie composite, Ryan and Jones for the silver medal, and the Lake Macquarie crew there in lane 6, Boyd and Smith in 3rd place. The presentation of medals for the men's H coxless 4. That's the one crew, and our gold medalists and state champions, Leichhardt Rowing Club, David Ross, David Hogan, Robert Teeley, and Timothy Tyndale. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions for 2024 Leichhardt Rowing Club. And a little bit of, as we await our next race to come down the course, we'll have the presentation of medals for race 14 on your program, the men's E double scull. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of St George and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs, Sean Ryan and Christopher Jones. And gold medalists and state champions for 2024 Leichhardt Rowing Club, presented by Richard Medway and Frank McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our state champions and medalists in the men's E double scull. Underway, the next race to come down the course will be the women's A double scull, with 3 crews competing in this one, a North Shore and Manning River composite over in lane 4. It's Joanne McPhillamy from Manning River and Zita Briones from North Shore Rowing Club. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5, Nikki Lepresti and Daniela Borgert. And in lane 6, Glebe Rowing clubs, Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And 3 differently ranked crews here. So the North Shore composite is actually a D average crew, and the Leichhardt crew in the centre, a C average crew, and the Glebe crew, an A average crew. I won't disclose their ages, but a significant delta there. But all crews going off starters' orders, and things pretty even as well in as we approach the halfway point. And to my eye, it does look like the crew in the centre of the course, our reigning champions, Leichhardt Rowing Club, who are currently leading the charge. Nikki Lepresti was in this crew that won this event last year, and joining her this year, Daniela Borgert, leading by about a boat length from Glebe Rowing Club, the much younger ladies in lane 6, Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter, who in turn leading by a bit under a boat length to the North Shore Manning River crew on the far side of the course. So certainly all to play for here in the women's A double scull. as the Leichhardt crew get a bit of a look back, and the Glebe and North Shore crews do battle for that silver medal. Only one crew to get a spot on the rostrum here this morning out of those two, but certainly looking like the gold medal more than likely to go to the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Just opening up a bit over a boat length's lead at this stage of the race. Got the rating right up as well. It looks like the North Shore Manning River crew starting to challenge, but that Glebe crew staying right with them. So anyone's guess which way that silver medal is going to go. The North Shore composite in lane 4 or the Glebe crew in lane 6. You can hear the cheers of supporters for the Glebe crew on the banks here near the grandstand. But it does look like that Glebe crew's under a fair bit of pressure now from the North Shore composite, who were about a second and a half down at the 500 metre mark. But the Glebe crew perhaps just running out of bickies in the closing stages of the race. The North Shore Manning composite, Joanne McPhillamy of Manning and Zita Briones of North Shore have just got their bow ball in front in that race for the silver medal. It's certainly going to be Leichhardt who will take the win here in the women's A double scull. Second year on the trot for Leichhardt Rowing Club as the North Shore Manning River crew try to get their bow balls in front. There was a late surge that got them there, but Glebe are responding. Glebe are going hard here, and it's going to come right down to the line, and it'll be Glebe. A great comeback, a great response from Glebe Rowing Club to take the silver medal. Gemma Bassett, Catherine Poulter there ahead of a valiant row from North Shore and Manning River in lane 4, who will have to settle for third in this women's A double scull. The next race on our program, race number 16, the women's B double scull, and it is a title currently held by the crew in lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell, looking to defend their championship. Abbotsford Rowing Club composite with Glebe Rowing Club in lane 4. That's Ming Yang of Glebe and Yvonne Konchek from Abbotsford Rowing Club. Nepean Rowing Club in lane 5, Helmina Grady and Sienna Grady. Black Mountain and Toowong composite in lane 6, Katrina Reynolds from Toowong and Jane Reynolds of the Black Mountain Rowing Club, and another Black Mountain composite in lane 7, this time with Leichhardt. So Jane Clues of Black Mountain there and Wendy Miller from Leichhardt Rowing Club there in lane 7, and it does look like our defending champions over on the far side of the course there from Glebe, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell, who have gotten a bit of a march on the field in the early stages of the race, and possibly the Nepean crew. We see the Nepean crew in the centre of your picture there, who are just doing battle with the crew to their left-hand side, the first of the two Black Mountain composites. So we'll see as they cross the 500 metre mark now, the crew from Glebe over there on the far side of the course with a little bit of clear water over the rest of the field. So their bid to retain their championship here in the women's B double scull certainly starting strongly, as they lead by about half a length from the Black Mountain and Leichhardt composite. That's the Black Mountain composite there in lane 7, nearest to the grandstand. And anyone's guess where that bronze medal is going, with the Black Mountain Toowong composite and the Abbotsford Glebe combination in 3rd and 4th, separated by just 0.3 of a second. And then back in 5th place is the Nepean Rowing Club crew in the centre of the course there, a little bit off the pace. So anyone's guess
in this race, as Glebe only narrowly leads the first of our Black Mountain composites, and the second of our Black Mountain composites only narrowly leading Abbotsford and Glebe. So it is certainly going to be a tongue twister for the commentary team of one up here, as we have Glebe leading leading Black Mountain, and Black Mountain leading Glebe for first, second, third and fourth, with a few other crews thrown in there. But the all Glebe crew there, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell, still leading the charge, and that battle for the bronze medal starting to encroach on our race leaders as well, as we enter probably about the last 180 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell looking like they have just extended that lead. They were only about half a boat length up at the 500 metre mark on the Leichhardt Black Mountain combination. Wendy Miller and Jane Clues there in the near side of the course, and they look to be about a boat length up at this stage. So their title defence looking like it is going very well here in the closing stages for Glebe Rowing Club, but keep an eye on the battle for the bronze medal with the crew from Nepean in lane 5. I think we might have just been missed by our timing team at the 500 metre mark, but they are just surging their way up into the bronze medal position. It'll be Glebe Rowing Club who take the gold here in the women's B double scull. The Black Mountain and Leichhardt composite there in lane 7 take the silver, and the Grady pairing of Palmina and Sienna take the bronze medal for Nepean Rowing Club. Black Mountain and Toowong will settle for 4th, and the Abbotsford Glebe combination and lane 4 will have to settle for 5th place. And we'll turn to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the women's A double scull. Second place and bronze medalist, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And gold medalist, state champions for 2024 in the women's A double scull, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and Daniela Borgert. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the women's A double scull. And turning our attention back to the course, race number 17 on your program, the men's C single scull. The current title holder from Black Mountain, not here to contest this event this year. We do have 4 crews out on the course, and all 4 crews in with a shot of a medal here. So Manning River in lane 3, Rhett Pattinson. Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, Alexander Doige. Lane 5's Glebe Rowing Club, Andy Wigan. And in lane 6 from Ngambie Rowing Club, Alistair Isherwood. We were talking about the boats that the junior team use, and Alistair Isherwood, the man responsible for some of that. And currently sitting in provisionally in the silver medal position, as Rhett Pattinson from Manning River Rowing Club currently leading the charge over on the far side of the course, and looking to come home for a win here in the men's C single scull. The silver medal is a tight call between Alexander Doig and Alistair Isherwood, Mossman and Ngambie Rowing Clubs, respectfully, as Al Isherwood from Ngambie Rowing Club in lane 6, just doing enough in the closing stages and starting to encroach on the lead actually, but I believe he's just going to run out of room. It will be the Manning River Rowing Club sculler, Rhett Patterson, who will just take the win from Alicia Wood from Gamby Rowing Club and Alexander Doig from Mossman in the bronze medal position. Andy Wigan of Glebe settling for 4th place. So underway on the course now, race number 18 on your program. The women's C quad scull, and they are certainly away in racing and approaching the 500 metre mark in just a few strokes. They're about 250 metres in at this stage. So over in lane 3, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club represented by Nivi Mazarek, Heidi Parks, Shannon Woods and Leslie Howitt. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Jennifer Edge, Kim Small, Karen Tocato and Kirsten Lilliquist. Lane 5, Newcastle University Boat Club, Teresa Chadwick, Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes and Alicia Sagar. Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 6, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Giselle, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. And in lane 7, a Licorice All Sorts combination, North Shore, Shoalhaven and Glebe Rowing Club composite, Belindy Rowe from Glebe, Jacqueline Harris of Glebe, Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven and Olivia Tung of North Shore Rowing Club. And that looks to be the crew to keep your eyes on at this stage of the race. They have about a boat length lead on the rest of the field, 5.3 seconds up on their nearest rival coming the way of Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 4. Lake Macquarie Rowing Club there in lane 6, just 1.37 seconds behind them, and may actually be challenging for a silver medal position as we enter the third 250 of the race, which would be considered the championship quarter in a 1,000 metre race. Leichhardt Rowing Club sitting back in 4th, just a little way off the pace, and Newcastle University Boat Club in lane 5, just trailing the field at this stage of the race. It is certainly the North Shore Composite crew's race to lose, as they lead and lead well, about 2.5 boat lengths. And about 2.5 boat lengths up on the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Are just coming under threat now from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club combination, and it is going to be really tough to call, as we see Lake Macquarie Rowing Club really starting to surge now. They've just lifted the rating as they have about 150 metres left to row. The Glebe, North Shore and Lake Macquarie composite crew, or Shoalhaven crew should I say, certainly leading in the last 100 metres of the race, as they won't have to worry too much about the battle for the silver medal position, which is currently looking to go the way of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They were trailing at the 500 metre mark behind Sydney Rowing Club, who are now sitting back in the provisional bronze medal position. The North Shore Composite take the gold medal, and the Shoalhaven crew, or the Lake Macquarie crew rather, the green is really throwing me off up here in the commentary box. The Lake Macquarie crew come from behind to win the silver medal ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, who will take the bronze in the women's C quad scull. The Leichhardt Rowing Club over in lane 3 who take 4th position, and Newcastle University Boat Club will take 5th place. And And just a couple of minutes, little break in proceedings. 9:45, the next race scheduled. The women's F single scull. We saw those ladies race the heats just about an hour and a half ago. And back here for the finals in about 4 minutes' time. So the presentation of medals for the race number 18, the women's C quad scull. Third place and bronze medalist, Sydney Rowing Club. Represented by Jennifer Edge, Kim Small, Karen Toccato, and Kirsten Lilliquist. Second place and silver medalist, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Juzel, Kirsten Berry, and Trudy McDonald. Gold medalists and state champions for 2024, a composite of North Shore, Shoalhaven and Glebe rowing clubs.
Belindy Rowe, Jacqueline Harris, Katrina Davis, and Olivia Tung. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Women's C Quad Scull. And we have a start in race 19, the Women's F Single Scull, the only event today to race heats to progress through to the final. So the cream of the crop, the cream rising to the top here, and full 8 boat field of scullers here in the Women's F Single Scull. Got North Shore Rowing Club in lane 1, that's Mary Walsh. Louise Termine of Lake Macquarie in lane 2. Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne in lane 3. M. Barrack of Leichhardt in lane 4, who I believe is our current title holder, albeit at a different club. Tess Furin of Lake Macquarie in lane 5. Joanne Ward of St George in lane 6. Diane McShane of Endeavour in lane 7. And second representation of Endeavour Rowing Club, Katrina Whiteley in lane 8. So all eyes will be on the centre of the field, given this is a seeded final. And we can see that V formation forming nicely in the centre of the course as our scullers approach 500 metres road, the halfway point. We'll get the first indication of timings as these crews progress their way down the course, and very tight at the head of the field. You can see the sculler in the Mpaca shell there that's, I believe, the Lake Macquarie sculler there in lane 5. Sorry, rather, that is M. Barrack of Leichhardt there in lane 4, who is leading through that halfway point. My apologies, I will correct myself. That is the Lake Macquarie sculler, Tess Furin in lane 5, who is leading from Joanne Ward of St George through that halfway timing point. M. Barrack, our reigning champion, in lane 4 from Leichhardt, sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne in 4th. Diane McShane from Endeavour in 5th place, and Louise Termine of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in 6th. Mary Walsh from North Shore in 7th, and the second Endeavour sculler, Katrina Whiteley, sitting in 8th place at that halfway timing point. So just about 3 seconds separates our top 3 scullers at the halfway point, and certainly all to play for here, as none of those positions quite decided. It was a bit under a boat length to Tess Furin of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club there in the centre of the course, and hotly followed by the scullers either side of her, M. Barrack of Leichhardt and Joanne Ward of St George, sitting in 2nd and 3rd place respectfully. And the battle to keep an eye on would be the Leichhardt Rowing Club sculler, who has just pushed her way up into the provisional silver medal position, and just has her rate up a couple points higher than our race leader, and certainly has just brought the rate up even further, and is going early here in the last 200 metres of the race. As she encroaches on that race lead of Tess Furin from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, who has led pretty much from the get-go in this race, but is certainly coming under threat now. M. Barrack of Leichhardt Rowing Club, who is just getting a little bit more power through the water, really sitting back on it and pushing that boat away. A bit of a response from the Lake Macquarie sculler, but will it be enough in the closing stages of the race? I think the sculler from Leichhardt, M. Barrack, is still moving, and so sitting in the provisional silver medal position. They've dropped our current provisional bronze medalist, but a good response from Tess Furin of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and I think she will have done enough early on in the race to hang on to that lead. She's hanging on by about 2/3 of a boat length. Tess Furin of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, a well-deserved win, a hard-earned win there in the women's F single scull. M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club, a late charge, but not quite enough to take the win. We'll have to settle for silver. Joanne Ward of St George will take the bronze medal. The Drummoyne sculler, Rowena Stewart, will cross the line in 4th place. The sculler over in lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, just ahead
the Endeavour sculler there, Diane McShane. And the North Shore sculler, Mary Walsh, in 7th. And Katrina Whiteley from Endeavour in lane 8 in 8th place. We'll turn to the next race on the field, which is coming at us quickly. The men's D8, which is currently held by a composite of Mossman and Leichhardt Rowing Club, which that same crew not returning, but possibly a few members in the Mossman Black Mountain crew sitting in lane 3. That's Michael Salter, Richard Parry, Mark Lawarne, Michael Wenzel, Michael Singer, James Petering, Andrew Goldstein and Brenton Yates. Renee Domishen's coxing that combination. University of New South Wales Rowing Club in lane 4, Derek Heath, Matthew Feehan, Mohammed Eid, Scott Anthony Mason, Matthew Bayfield, David Lees, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. Angela Zhang, the coxswain there in lane 4. They're just trailing the field at this stage of the race. Mossman in lane 5, who are right up in the hunt for the lead. Scott Beachley, Andrew Hourigan, Simon Rosewell, Andrew Crocker, Lachlan Evans, Ian Allsop, Timothy Worth, Justin Hooker, Michael Rasmussen, the coxswain. A composite from Melbourne Rowing Club, University of New South Wales and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6. Stu Cowart, Rob McNeil, Ross Pritchard from Sydney Rowing Club. David Raymond from University of New South Wales, and then Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison from Melbourne Rowing Club, Bradley Wooten, the coxswain. And North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Kieran Shaker, Joe Daly, Mark Worrell, Jeffrey Beer, George Loiterton, Tom Payton and Jane Kavanagh, the coxswain. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club who are leading the two Mossman crews, Mossman and Mossman Black Mountain composite, but they are two all Mossman Rowing Clubs. The only Black Mountain member there being Renee Domishen's the coxswain of the crew in lane 3. But it is the Sydney, Melbourne and University of New South Wales crew in lane 6 who have just managed to hang on to that lead. It's about half a boat length, and it'll be the Sydney composite crew who take the win in the men's D8. The Mossman crew in lane 5 will take the silver medal, and the Mossman composite in lane 3 for the bronze. And in 4th place will be North Shore and University of New South Wales in 5th place, by about half a boat length behind there. Just 2 more races before our little morning tea break, so we'll return to the mixed A to C double scull in about 5-7 minutes time. So we await the we'll turn down to the presentation day, so the presentation of medals for the women's F single scull. Third place and bronze medalist from St George Rowing Club, Joanne Ward. Second place and silver medalist from Leichhardt Rowing Club, M. Barak. And gold medalist and state champion for 2024 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Tess Fearon. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champion and medalists in the women's F single scull. Turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the men's D8. In third place and bronze medalist, Mossman Composite, Michael Salter, Richard Parry, Mark Lewarn, Michael Wenzel, Michael Singer, James Petering, Andrew Goldstein, Brenton Yates, crew coxed by Renee Domichens. Second place and silver medalist, Mossman Rowing Club, Scott Beachley, Andrew Hourigan, Simon Rosewell, Andrew Crocker, Lachlan Evans, Ian Alsop, Timothy Worth, Justin Hooker, their cox Michael Rasmussen. Gold medalists and state champions for 2024, the Sydney Composite, Stu Cowap, Rob McNeil, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, their cox Bradley Wooten. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists for 2024 in the men's D Coxed 8. Back down on the course, we have the mixed A to C double scull well underway and approaching the final few strokes. And it's a pretty tight race unfolding here in front of us. We have 6 crews out on the course, and it is the 2 on the far side of the course. That's the Nepean crew, Sienna Grady and Jason Waddell. Sienna Grady fresh off a medal in the B double scull, I believe. And Jason Waddell off already racing in the Coxless 4. And they're going toe-to-toe with the Newcastle University Boat Club combination, Christy Hinton and Big Odin McIntosh, who look to currently have their bow balls in front. The provisional bronze medal is going to go the way of Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindell and Andy Wigan, but they're a little bit off the race for the gold medal. It'll be the Newcastle University Boat Club in lane 4, who have just straight out to about half a boat length's lead in the closing strokes. The mixed A to C double scull will go the way of Newcastle University. Nepean Rowing Club take the silver and Glebe the bronze. Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 7. Brad Smith, Phoebe Sanders for 4th place. A tight battle for 5th, but it'll go the way of the lane 5 combination, Newcastle University and Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel and Rowan Hislop. Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6, and Skilton, Tim Spiteri for 6th place in the mixed A to C double scull. We'll have our final race of the early morning program before our little morning tea break. And that is well underway. So race 22, the mixed G to M coxless 4 in lane 4, a composite of the Australian National University and Melbourne boat clubs. Elaine Bissica, Sue Donoghue from ANU, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne, and Peter McCartney of ANU. Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane 5, Fiona Martin, Leslie Hodginson, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. Those two crews going off a 26-second handicap, being both G crews, and our final crew, the Mossman, Sydney Uni and Bunbury composite, being an I-graded crew. So Joe Pollitt from Bunbury, Lisa Cotti from Sydney University Boat Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton from Mossman Rowing Clubs. So that crew are well underway and, as expected, well out in the lead. And on the camera, you can see our two trailing combinations. So the crew there in lane 4, the ANU Melbourne composite, just leading the Black Mountain Rowing Club crew by about 3/4 of a boat length, as we can see on our fantastic umpire launched cameras as they hunt down the I-graded crew, the Mossman composite crew in lane 6, who obviously at this stage with a 26-second head start are currently leading the race. And if our trailing crews are in for a hunt, that margin at the 500 metre mark will be around about 13 seconds. If it's any greater than that, they have a little bit of work to do. If it's any less, we are on for a cracking race. So 17 seconds, so a little bit of work to do for the ANU and Melbourne composite crew in the closing stages of the race. We'll see if they've got anything more left in the tank. But the Black Mountain crew certainly with a lot of work to do, as they trail by about boat length and a half in third place from the ANU Melbourne crew, who are currently sitting in that provisional silver medal position. The Mossman crew will have to do a lot to stay calm, as they can see their competitors coming at them, and they are coming at them, but just a question of whether it is fast enough to overcome them in the next 350 metres time. So our I-graded crew, Joe Pollitt from Bunbury, Lisa Cotti of Sydney University Boat Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton of Mossman Rowing Club. So with an average age of in the 70s, whereas the two trailing crews' average age is sort of in the late 60s. So that's where the head start sort of comes from, as doing a good job here, our I-graded crew, of holding off the ANU Melbourne composite, and I think they will have done enough. They're leading still by about 2 boat lengths going into the last 100 metres. So barring disaster, this mixed G to M coxless 4 will go the way of the Mossman Bunbury Sydney University Boat Club composite crew, leading still by about 2 boat lengths. A fast finish from the ANU and Melbourne composite crew, but it won't be enough in the closing stages, as the Mossman composite take the gold medal. The ANU Melbourne crew across the line for the silver, and in third place, a combination from Black Mountain Rowing Club. That is it for this early morning program, and we will return to racing with the men's C-grade coxless 4, which promises to be a cracker of a race at 10:45 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of this morning's racing here at the 2024 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. I'm joined up here in the commentary box for this session by Alex Wenyon, new to Rowing New South Wales, our new volunteers coordinator. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so the first race of this session well and truly underway and approaching 700 metres rowed. The men's C Coxless 4, last year's title holder, Leichhardt Rowing Club, not contesting the race, but 5 crews in contention. Mossman Rowing Club over in lane 3, North Shore in lane 4, Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5, University of New South Wales in lane 6, and North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7. And it looks to be University of New South Wales who were leading at the 500 metre mark and have possibly just extended that lead, but will have to fend off a challenge from 2 fast finishing crews from Canberra and Mossman Rowing Clubs, as Canberra Rowing Club just takes a couple of dirty strokes there as they lift the rating in the closing stages, and Mossman will look to take advantage of that in this nice clear water in the first race of the session. It might be a little bit too much work to do though to overcome that early lead from the University of New South Wales crew. That's the combination: Ben Whalen, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. A couple of those gentlemen winning one of the high grade, lower grade, however you look at it, Coxless 4s earlier this morning, and they'll take the win here in the C Coxless 4 by just over a boat length from Mossman Rowing Club. That Mossman crew: Timothy Worth, Andrew Hourigan, Lachlan Evans and Ian Allsop. For the silver, and Canberra Rowing Clubs: Cameron O'Neill, Patrick O'Neill, Ashley Carr and Sebastian Lang. 4th across the line, North Shore Rowing Club. That's Kieran Shecker, Jeffrey Beard, George Loiterton and Tom Payton. And they'll be 4th ahead of the second of the North Shore combinations: Quan Nguyen, Nick O'Brien, Andy Jeffries and Joe Daly.
Sid, where'd you come? I've been on last. What age group? See, that's a bit young for you now.
And next on the course we have race 24. That's the Women's Masters B8 final. So we have Glebe in lane 4 and the Mossman composite in lane 5, and they are out the blocks and underway, with Mossman just taking a slight lead in the first section of this race.
So while this 8th race is coming down the course, we'll have the presentation of medals for the men's C Coxless 4. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, Canberra Rowing Club. Cameron O'Neill, Patrick O'Neill, Ashley Carr, Sebastian Lang. 2nd place and silver medalist, Mossman Rowing Club, Timothy Worth, Andrew Hourigan, Lachlan Evans, and Ian Alsop. Gold medalists and state champions for 2024, the University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday, and Andrew McEnroe. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's C Coxless 4.
And back to race 24 that we have on the course, the Women's Masters B8. Mossman crossed the 500 metre mark about 7 seconds ahead of Glebe. And in the Mossman composite, we have Cox Kim Lowry, Lucy Stackpole Moore, Alexandra Walding, Amy Clay, Sarah Ahern, Christina Larson, Zoe Lynham, Carissa Kleiman, Renee Demartian, Coxing, with coach James Taylor. And they have just crossed the line ahead of Glebe. And in Glebe, we have Anne Skilton, Emma Hutchinson, Gemma Bassett, Cecile Fair, Julia Fiskowska, Belendi Rowe, Elizabeth Lester, Catherine Poulter, coxed by Kenneth Major.
So on the course and underway now, race 25 on your program, the Women's E pair. And it's a title currently held by Drummoyne Balmain Composite, who are not contesting this race this year. So over in lane 4, we have Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready from St George Rowing Club. Lane 5, Suzanne Heggett and M. Barrack from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And in lane 6, we have Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland from North Shore Rowing Club. And things looking fairly tight as they approach the 500 metre mark. I'd say they're actually all fairly level, and as we get the side-on shot, it's looking like that North Shore crew on the near side of the course, Ruth Gibson, Catherine Boland, who may just have the ascendancy over St George Rowing Club on the far side of the course, who in turn are locked in a pretty tight battle with the Leichhardt combination in lane 5. So you can see North Shore Rowing Club there just pushing out to a bit over a boat length's lead. And very, very tight indeed between St George and Leichhardt. St George just with their bow ball in front, but truly trading blows through the halfway point of this Masters E Coxless Pairs race. North Shore crew there, coached by Guy Morgan. Steve Sherry coaching the Leichhardt crew, and Bruce Williams coaching the St George Rowing Club crew. And certainly in the Coxless pairs, every chance of an upset. The North Shore crew had about a boat length's lead, but certainly plenty of time for that to overturn here in the remaining sort of 2 minutes or so of this race.
A little bit of steering there from the North Shore crew as they're just caressing the bows, the buoys as they come down the course. Bit of a local derby going on here, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, 3 New South Wales crews, which I was just commenting that there's been a good interstate representation here at the Masters Championships. So a lot of travelling for a lot of these crews, because they would have just been down to Tasmania a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of travelling for the boats as well.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment to get a boat trailer down to Lake Barrington. And if you're listening and you are planning on going to the National Championships next year, it's certainly do or die time to get that the Spirit of Tasmania booked in, because they'll sell out very quickly. But North Shore,
very tight here as we come up to the line. Leichhardt put a bit of a push in to try and claw it back. But yeah, bow ball to bow ball.
North Shore crew, after their steering issues, just recovering in the last few strokes. They've certainly seen the danger and responded, and moved back out to about a length's lead, and it's going to be really close on the line, but I think St George just narrowly...
George just pitched that one, yeah.
We've got...
We've got our cameras down there. We've got the white flag from the umpire.
We've got Leichhardt on the timing screen, but I think just ignore that one for the second. We may go to the photo for that one. I think that might have just been St George on the line. We'll wait for the official results there of the women's E pair, but certainly North Shore Rowing Club taking the win, and we'll await the confirmation of results for 4th and 5th. But we'll go down to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the women's AB8. So gold medalists and state champions for 2024, the Mossman Composite: Kim Laurie, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Walding, Amy Clay, Sarah Ahern, Christina Larson, Zoe Lynham, Carissa Kleiman, and their Cox Renee Domichens. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our state champions for 2024, the Mossman Composite.
And coming down the course, we've got race 26, the men's AB pair. So we've got the University of New South Wales in lane 4. In lane 5, we've got the Nepean Composite, and lane 6, University of New South Wales. So in the lane 4 University of New South Wales crew, we've got Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. For the Nepean Composite in lane 5, we've got Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. And in lane 6, University of New South Wales B, we have Nicholas Lazaro and George Lazaro. Fairly comfortable lead there from the Nepean Composite of Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell as they just come across the finish line now. And we've got University of New South Wales just crossing the line now. That's the B crew, and the A crew just approaching the finish line now.
Confirmation results there. The Nepean Nagambie Composite with the win in the men's Masters AB Coxless pair. The University of New South Wales crew of Lazarou and Lazarou in the silver medal position, and third to Burns and Pixford of UNSW. And just confirming the results of the women's E Coxless pair in the previous race. So it was North Shore Rowing Club with the win, and by 0.47 of a second was Leichhardt Rowing Club for the silver medal in that race.
So on the medal pontoon, we have the presentation for the women's E pair. So on the pontoon here, we have St George of Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. In second, we had Leichhardt Rowing Club, and in first, we have North Shore of Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland, coached by Guy Morgan. Congratulations all.
So on the course now, race 27 on your program, the women's H to M8, two H-graded crews here, and two smorgasbord licorice all sorts composites here with just about every Masters Rowing Club in the state and beyond competing in this event. So in lane 4, a composite of the Mossman, Bunbury, Sydney University and Canberra rowing clubs. We have Kathy Wood from Mossman, Anne Tout from Sydney University, Suzanne Linacre from Canberra, Margaret Small from Mossman, Lisa Cotti and Kerry Bigsworth of Sydney University, Joe Pollitt of Bunbury Rowing Club, and Liz Burrows of Mossman, Susie Edwards, the coxswain. They are our early race leaders ahead of the Manning River, Endeavour, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and Nepean composite crew. So they've truly given the phone book a workout in organising that one. Sue Edwards of Manning River, Susan Kemp of Newcastle, Genevieve Dobbs, Kay Smith, Gay Pullen of Manning River, Anne Campbell of Lake Macquarie, Lindy Nesbitt of Endeavour, and Amanda Cavill of Manning River Rowing Club. Elise Currell, the coxswain there, and that crew trailing by some margin here as they approach almost 500 metres road. You can see the that Manning River composite crew all using the same coloured oars, but a variety of different coloured zooties present in that boat. You see the margin being just almost a boat length, or a bit over a boat length rather, as they So the margin a bit under a boat length there. The Mossman composite 4 seconds up at the 500 metre mark. I'd say there's still some scope for a late push from this Manning River composite, perhaps just getting their bearings and coming together as a crew. I'd hazard a guess that they haven't done much training in this combination, given as there'd probably be about 30 or 40 hours of combined driving just to combine those combinations. A nice steady rhythm there from the Manning River composite, but definitely still some work to do. So the Mossman composite just with the rate up a little bit higher and a little bit more length in the water. The Mossman, Bunbury, Sydney University and Canberra Rowing Club combination. So the Mossman crew really settling into a strong rhythm there and opening up about almost half a boat length or closer to a boat length of clear water in the closing stages of the women's H to M8. Will be the Mossman composite. Kathy Wood, Anne Tout,
Susan Linacre, Margaret Small, Lisa Cotty, Kerry Bigsworth, Joe Pollitt, Liz Burrows and Susie Edwards, the coxswain, who will take the state championship in the H2M Coxed 8. And the Manning River Composite pulled out all the stops to organise this crew, just 7 seconds behind. So race underway, race 28 on the program, so just ignore what's saying on the screen there, that'd be the next race. But race 28, the men's I to M coxless for the current title holders, Mossman Rowing Club. They're sitting in lane 4, so an I-graded crew, average age in the late 70s, going off a 15-second handicap because they are the young guns in this race. The North Shore crew in lane 5 are going off go with an average age well into the 80s. So the Mossman crew, John Struick, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, so the three Johns. 15 seconds was their handicap behind the North Shore crew of John James, Jeff Wannon, David Kay, and Len Walter. And that combination currently sitting a bit over a boat length in front, so certainly not with a 15-second lead as they approach the 500-metre mark. We'll get a bit of an update on the exact margins through there, but should the margin be less than 7 seconds, we should have a really good race on our hands as the Mossman crew seek to overcome that handicap start and see if they can treat us to a grandstand finish here in the men's I to M coxless 4. So as we're well through 500 metres road, it does appear that Mossman Rowing Club crew, they were just 3 seconds behind at the 500 metre mark and look to be almost 3 seconds ahead now as they approach the 750 metre mark. So overcoming that handicap, the reigning champions from Mossman Rowing Club in the Mpaka Shell there, now well clear, well over a boat length clear of the North Shore Rowing Club crew in lane 5. Definitely a tough prospect of match racing with a handicap because you know that once they've gone through, they've certainly got the momentum on you, and it's very hard to turn that around in the closing stages here. I would say it'd take a very big effort from the gents from North Shore Rowing Club to overcome the early efforts of Mossman, who look to be just adding to that lead
with almost every stroke. So the last 100 metres to row, it is the Mossman crew of the Johns and Phillip, John Strook, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, who went off a 15-second handicap and were just trailing at the halfway point, rode through their competition and will certainly take the state championship in the men's I/M Coxless 4 by a good 2 or 3 boat lengths from North Shore Rowing Club. That's John James, Jeff One, David Kay and Len Walter, who will have to settle for second in this race. Mossman Rowing Club with the win, North Shore Rowing Club in second.
And on the medal pontoons, we have the Mossman Composite, who are the winners of the Women's H2M 8. So congratulations, ladies. That's Kathy Wood, Anne Tout, Susan Lineker, Margaret Small, Lisa Cotty, Kerry Bigsworth, Jo Pollitt, Liz Burrows, coxed by Susie Edwards. Congratulations. Got some beautiful conditions here once that mist has burnt off from this morning, but really lovely conditions out there today. A little bit chilly as I was driving the launches earlier, but it seems to have warmed up a little bit now.
Yeah, it's almost a bit of a foreign feeling having a regatta this late in the season, and it was balmy 11 degrees when we got here this morning.
Balmy 11 degrees, hey?
So, men's G quad scull, it was Essendon and Mossman who took the win last year. No one from Essendon Rowing Club here this weekend that I have seen. And it is at the moment
we do have any from there.
Lake Macquarie Rowing Club who are leading this race ahead of Drummoyne, Armidale and Newcastle. So the men's G quad scull coming to a head now, and positions relatively unchanged throughout the race. Our early race leaders, Lake Macquarie, extending that lead. Robert Wallace, Bruce Sharp, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, who are leading from Drummoyne's Douglas Stewart, Richard Jones, Andrew Patterson and Stephen Schneigel. Armidale Rowing Club making the pilgrimage all the way from the northwest of New South Wales. John Grant, Felix Burkhard, Timothy Rogers and Hugh Darwick. We're going to take the bronze medal ahead of Newcastle Rowing Club's James Smetham, Wayne Dimer, Peter Kemp and John McLeod, who will have to settle for fourth in the men's G quad scull.
So on the medal pontoons, we have race 29, the men's G quad scull. In the bronze medal positions, we have Armadale, and that is John Grant, Felix Burkhard, Timothy Rogers, and Hugh Darwick. And in the silver medal position is Drummoyne, and that is Douglas Stewart, Richard Jones, Andrew Patterson, and Stephen Schneigel. Apologies for any pronunciation issues. And that is coached by Kathleen Hextall. Congratulations, gents. And in the gold medal position, we have Lake Macquarie, that is Robert Wallace, Bruce Sharp, Stuart Boyd, and Jeremy Smith. Congratulations to all.
So on the course now, race number 30 on our program, just 3 scullers to contest this one. The women's G single scull, the current title holder from the Nepean Rowing Club, Palmina Grady, sitting in lane 5 in the centre. And we've got Pamela Nash from Black Mountain in lane 4, and Mary Bonney from Black Mountain in lane 6. We just had some fantastic shots there on our screens, but panning back now, and we can see that it is the sculler from Black Mountain on the far side of the course, rather, Pamela Nash, who has gotten the jump on Palmina Grady from Nepean Rowing Club. So it'll be a tough ask to defend her title in this race. Mary Bonney from Black Mountain just trailing our leading pair at this stage. They come through the 500 metre mark.
So crossing the 500 metre mark, Pamela Nash is in first position, 7 seconds ahead of Palmina Grady, and then in third we have Mary Bonney. So as the women's G single scull draws to a close, it is still Pamela Nash of Black Mountain Rowing Club making the trip up from the ACT, and certainly making it worth it there in lane 4, who was in a reasonably tight battle in the first half of the race with Palmina Grady from Nepean Rowing Club, but certainly pushing away in the second half of the race. And now with about 5 or 6 strokes left to row, she will secure herself the state title in the women's G single scull. Pamela Nash of Black Mountain Rowing Club just crossing the line now.
And she'll take the gold ahead of Palmina Grady of Nepean for the silver. Mary Bonney, also of Black Mountain, just trailing in third.
So on the course, we've got race 31. This is the Women's F Coxless 4. We have got North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4, and that is Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Virginia Fabro, and Rebecca Hurrigan, coached by Kim Rudder. And in lane 5, we've got Canberra Rowing Club, and that is Stephanie Isaacson, Susan Wern, Catherine Hodges, and Leslie Downing. So North Shore just crossing the 500-metre line there. Pretty commanding lead over Canberra Rowing Club.
Yeah, certainly not too much chance of a grandstand finish in this one. North Shore leading by about 12.5 seconds from Canberra Rowing Club at the halfway point, so we would expect that to only extend in the remaining half of the race. So the ladies from North Shore possibly being able to maybe relax a little bit. I'm sure they have a few other further races to contest later on this afternoon and in tomorrow's program. Many of our athletes here this weekend competing in multiple races. A very busy weekend of racing indeed.
What's the best row through race that you've ever seen, Chris?
Ooh, National Championships this year, just gone, the Schoolboy 8 for the Barrington Cup, and I almost didn't call it. I didn't see the King's School powering through. They were, it was a bit of an upset ahead of the river, and I thought they sort of were the goods for nationals, and then Southport School led for 1,999 metres of the race, and I only saw Kings coming with about 40 metres left to go. I was doing the roll call and everything of the Southport School crew, and they came through. Absolutely fantastic. Very well deserved win for those boys. And for that coaching team.
That's awesome.
Thought I saw Simon Huxley around today, actually, driving a boat, possibly. But is the crew from North Shore on the course at the moment. Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Virginia Fabro, Rebecca Hourigan, coached by Kim Rudder, who in the dying 3 or 4 strokes of the race will secure themselves or will retain their state title in the Women's F Coxless 4. As the ladies from Canberra Rowing Club, Stephanie Isaacson, Susan Wern, Catherine Hodges and Leslie Dowling in lane 5 will come home for a valiant second place here in the F Coxless 4.
And on the medal pontoons, we have got the women's G single scull. So in second place, we have Nepean Rowing Club, and that is Palmina Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. Congratulations. And in first place, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Let's give us a big cheer for the women's G single scull. Congratulations, ladies.
We're underway now in race 32, the men's E8 for the Lewis Petrin Memorial Trophy. The current title holders, Lake Macquarie, Manning, Glebe and St George composite crew, of which there is not quite a composite by that combination present in this race today, but a few other licorice all sorts crews that have given the phone book a good workout before coming to this regatta. So in lane 2, the University of New South Wales, David Alexander, Warwick Fisher, Derek Heath, Matthew Feehan, Matthew Bayfield, David Lees, Chris Burns, Michael Pickford and Angela Zeng, the coxswain. In lane 3, a composite crew of Manning River, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and Nepean rowing clubs, Graham Nix in the bow seat, Roy Halliday, Murray Dowse, Nick Johnson, Glenn Herbert, Brad Smith, Sean Ryan, Rhett Pattinson and Elise Currell the cox. A St George composite in lane 4, Mark Partridge, Andrew Hourigan, Andrew Crocker, Brenton Yates, Stephen Harrison, Lachlan Evans, Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robinson. Renee Domishen's the coxswain there. Melbourne and Sydney Rowing Club composite in lane 5. Stu Cowart, Ken Rickard Bell, Ross Pritchard and Rob McNeil from Sydney. Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison from Melbourne. Bradley Wooten the cox. North Shore Rowing Club in lane 6. Declan Sally, Andy Jeffries, Jim Hull, Nick O'Brien, Maximilian Ott, Joe Daly, Kieran Shecker, Jeffrey Beer and Jane Kavanagh, the coxswain, and Mossman Rowing Club in lane 7. That's Michael Salter, Richard Parry, Mark Lawarne, Alexander Doig, Simon Rosewell, Michael Wenzel, Scott Beachley, Justin Hooker, and Michael Rasmussen, the coxswain. And it is the Sydney-Melbourne crew in the centre of the course who are currently leading from Mossman Rowing Club on this side of the regatta course. In third place is anyone's guess between the Manning River crew and the St George composites in the centre of the course. University of New South Wales and North Shore are well and truly out of this race at this stage. This is the Melbourne and Sydney composite crew that took the win in the, I believe the D grade 8 or possibly the F grade 8, one of the other men's 8th races earlier on this morning. A pretty convincing win in that one, and a pretty sharp time too in the well under 3:10. In a Masters men's 8 is nothing to shy away from, and they've stretched out to about a boat length lead at this stage, but the minor medals could go anywhere at the moment. We've got 4 three crews looking for 2 medal places at the moment. Manning River on the far side of the course. Our regatta operations manager, Owen Nix, will be keenly watching this one with his dad, Graham, in the bow seat as the the St George Rowing Club crew in the centre of the course are just leading them, and the All Mossman crew on this side of the course are well in the hunt as well. Sydney and Melbourne are out in front in the last 100 metres of the race. They're into the red boys and they're pretty much safely home at this stage. They're leading by a boat length. It is the St George crew in the centre of the course who look prime for the silver medal, but the bronze could go anywhere between Mossman and Manning River at this stage. Sydney and Melbourne take the gold medal. The silver medal is going to come right down to the line, but it'll be St George who take the silver, Mossman for the bronze, and the Manning River composite just off the podium in 4th place. University of New South Wales in 5th, and St George Rowing Club in 6th place.
You can breathe now, Chris.
I do love a short 1,000-metre sprint. My vocal cords don't love it, but that's
awesome.
Thoroughly enjoyable racing in the men's E8 for the Louis Petron Memorial Trophy. So 309.24 for the Melbourne and Sydney crew, with an average age well into the mid to late mid-50s. There is a fantastic effort. See just how close that was for the silver medal. The St George composite just ahead of Mossman.
So race 33 on the course, we have the men's H pair. We have Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4, and lane 5 is the ANU composite. So for Canberra, we've got Kerry Mummery and Randall Lawrence. And for the ANU composite, we have Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. Out on the course now, straight match race. The men's H coxless pair wasn't contested last year, so not a current title holder, but an almost all Canberran crew. An almost all Canberran field, should I say, with the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Kerry Mummery and Randall Lawrence over on the far side of the course in lane 4, and a composite of Australian National University and Melbourne Rowing Club. Rodney Stewart from Melbourne and Peter McCartney from the Australian National University Boat Club, who are just leading the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 4. It's about half a boat length in it. It was 2.5 seconds at the 500 metre mark, and has just edged out a little bit further
as they come into the last 225 metres of the course. So as the men's H pair draws to a close, it is the ANU and Melbourne combination. Rodney Stewart with his I think 4th run down the course this morning, who and I think possibly his 2nd or 3rd win as well, taking the win in the Masters H pair by about 3.5 seconds over the Canberra Rowing Club combination.
So on the medal pontoon here, we have the men's E8 for the Louis Petrin Memorial Trophy. In 2nd place, we have the St George Mosman Black Mountain Composite of Mark Partridge, Andrew Horrigan, Andrew Crocker, Brenton Yates, Stephen Harrison, Lachlan Evans, Ayrton Grande Ramos, Alan Robertson, coxed by Renee Domoshens. Congratulations, gents and Renee. And first we have the Melbourne composite of Melbourne Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club. So that is comprised of Stuart Cowap, Ken Rickard Bell, Ross Pritchard, Robert McNeil, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, coxed by Bradley Wotton. Congratulations. On the course, we have race 34, the men's D single scull. Over in lane 1, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club of Richard Medway. Lane 2, Lake Macquarie, Shane Trotter. Lane 3, we've got North Shore, and that is Simon van Ryswick. Lane 5, Mossman, we've got Mangus Butlin. Lane 7, St George, Christopher Jones. Lane 8, Lake Macquarie, Ivan Bonus. And lane 9, Newcastle, Brad Smith.
Couple of races going on in one at this point, so looks to me like all the challengers for the lead, Magnus Butlin from Mossman in the centre and Brad Smith from Newcastle on this side of the course. Brad, a very busy man, coaching at Newcastle Grammar and Newcastle Rowing Club, and do a great job of coordinating our junior pathway squad a couple of months ago.
Oh, it was a fantastic race there with the two, it was the coxed quads, and I think, was it a bow ball separating those?
0.02 of a
second. It was a fantastic race.
The tightest race I've ever seen, our two boys' quads. And,
yeah.
One of Brad's boys was in the second quad, which actually beat the first quad. So full credit to him as a coach there. But he's currently sitting in second, not too far behind our race leader, Magnus Butlin from Mossman in the centre of the course, who I think's probably done enough at this stage, as he's got about 70 metres left to row. Getting a nice good run on the boat in the closing stages. Sort of 5 or 6 strokes left to go, and leading by about 2 or 3 boat lengths at this stage from Brad Smith of Newcastle. I don't think he's in his usual boat there, actually, but so Magnus Butlin wins the men's D single scull. Brad Smith for the silver medal. The Leichhardt sculler Richard Medway on the far side of the course will collect the bronze. St George sculler Christopher Jones will just miss out on medals in 4th place there. Simon van Ryswick for 5th place. The sculler from North Shore. We have the Lake Macquarie sculler Ivan Bonus in lane 8 for 6th. And the second of our North Shore a little bit confused on bow numbers and things here. Possibly just had some steering troubles there. I think the second of our North Shore scullers, possibly that would be. I've called it wrong before, so it was Lake Macquarie Ivan Bonus, of Shane Trotter, who came across for the 5th place. We'll just wait for the official results, and we'll give you the actual read of the event before we're just missing a bow number there, and it's thrown the whole thing off, really. So the Women's D Quad Scull race 35 on our program for the New South Wales Union of Oars Women Trophy. It's currently held by a Leichhardt and St George composite, which doesn't appear to be on the program, but possibly some Leichhardt scullers returning and forming a new combination in the Women's D Quad Scull. Black Mountain over in lane 1, Christine Young, Kerry Hughes, Colleen Chapman and Jenny Simmons. Lane 2, North Shore has scratched. Lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zongor, Daniela Borgett,
in lane 3 there. A Lake Macquarie, Manning River and Jamoyne composite in lane 4. Sally Webeck, Rayleigh Ison, Joanne McPhellamy, Michelle Dusel, lane 5, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nivi Masarek, Carolina Kosa, Christine Foxon, Leslie Howard, coached by David Ross. Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6, Catherine Maxwell, Ming Yang, Sarah Norris and Emily Constantine. In lane 7, a composite from North Shore and St George Rowing Clubs. That's Ruth Gibson, Amanda Berendt, Olivia Tung and Zita Briones. Lane 8 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Liesl Rossau, Margaret Churton, Fiona Webb, Katrina Whiteley, and that crew coached by Susan Philpott and Peter Bond. And in lane 9 from the Newcastle University Boat Club, that's Teresa Chadwick, Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes and Alicia Sager.
And on the medal pontoon, we have the presentation for the men's D single scull. In third place, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway. Second place, Newcastle of Brad Smith. And in first place, we have Mossman, Mangus Butlin. Congratulations, gents.
And we have a race certainly hotting up in the women's D quad scull. We had Leichhardt Rowing Club over in lane 3 and the North Shore St George composite in lane 7, separated by just 0.27 of a second at the 500 metre mark, and doesn't look like either crew has managed to break free in the 150 metres or so that have passed since. Sitting back in third was the Lake Macquarie composite in the centre of the course in lane 4, kind of sitting just a little bit in no man's land there, where they're reasonably clear of 4th place, but just a little bit too out of touch to make any inroads on our leading 2 crews. So the battle to watch is, as we all like to see it, the battle for the lead between Leichhardt and the North Shore St George composite on this side of the course, and they are still locked in a bow ball for bow ball battle as each crew starting to lift the rating now in the closing strokes of the race. About 175 metres left to row here. The Leichhardt crew, to my eye, looks to have just gotten a slight advantage over the North Shore St George crew. The Leichhardt crew was officially in front at the 500 metres, but I believe that was changing almost every stroke at that point, and it's possible that they've just managed to seize a little bit of momentum as they cross into the red buoys. They're still only about a foot in front of the North Shore and St George crew on the near side of the course. Leichhardt and North Shore going battle for battle, battling stroke for stroke here in the closing stages. I'd say Leichhardt have done enough. They've managed to find another gear. About 3/4 of a boat length is the margin now. It's Leichhardt Rowing Club in a well-fought race for the New South Wales Union of Oars Women Trophy. Win the D-grade quad scull. The North Shore St George crew in lane 7, a hard-fought silver medal. And the Lake Macquarie, Manning River and Jamoyne composite crew for the bronze. Tight battle for 4th with Black Mountain on the far side of the course, just taking that position ahead of the second Leichhardt crew for 5th. Newcastle University Boat Club for 6th place. And Endeavour up in the Hunter region for 7th. And the Glebe crew in lane 6 for 8th place.
Yep. So we have the presentation here on the medal pontoon of the women's D quad scull for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen Trophy, and this is presented by Katie Kershaw. So in the third place we have the Lake Macquarie composite of Sally Webbeck, Rayleigh Eason, Joanne McPhellamy and Michelle Duzel. In second place, the North Shore composite of Ruth Gibson, Amanda Brent, Olivia Tung and Zita Brions, coached by Guy Morgan. Very, very well fought race between these two crews. And for the gold medal is Leichhardt Rowing Club. And this comprises of Nikki Lepresti, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry. Congratulations, ladies. That was a fantastic race between these two crews. And thank you, Katie, for presenting.
So the women's C double scull on the course and fast approaching a conclusion here. In front of us, we've got 4 crews contesting this one. Lake Macquarie, Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald on the far side of the course. Mossman and Black Mountain composite, Amy Clay and Zoe Lynham in lane 4. They're our race leaders at the moment. Glebes, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris in lane 5. They're currently sitting in the provisional silver medal position. And the Sydney Rowing Club, a combination of Kim Small and Jennifer Edge, who are just out of contention at this stage of the race. But it is certainly the Mossman Black Mountain composite crew of Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay who have led. They were 3 seconds up at the 500 and they look to have just about doubled that lead now coming into the closing 2 strokes of the race, and they'll be our champions in the Women's C double scull by about 2 boat lengths from the combo from Glebe, who will have to settle for silver, ahead of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club for the bronze medal. The Sydney Rowing Club crew there just having to settle for 4th place in the Women's C double scull. The men's F double scull out on the course at the moment. The defending champions, Penrith and Sydney, not present to defend in this race, but 7 boats out here contesting this one. On the far side of the course now, our current race leaders, Mark Teachin and Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club. North Shore have scratched St George, Paul Wilkinson and Glenn Shooter in lane 3. Capital Lakes, Steve Griskoviak and Dario Beltrami in lane 4. Mossman's Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery in lane 5. A Glebe and Newcastle composite, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley in lane 6. Wayne Demar and James Smetham from Newcastle in lane 7. And Armidale Rowing Club, Stephen Cotter and Milton Kirkpatrick in lane 8. But there is no doubt about it, it is the Glebe Rowing Club combination. Mark Teachin and Kenneth Major over in lane 1, who have a Clearwater lead over the combination from Capital Lakes, Steve Griskoviak and Dario Beltrami, who don't really pose any threat to the lead at this point. So Glebe Rowing Club will secure themselves the gold medal in the men's F double scull. A margin of almost 5 seconds to Capital Lakes in lane 4, who will take home the silver. Lane 5 Mossman combination for the bronze. The Glebe and Newcastle combination just need to take 1 or 2 more strokes than that to secure themselves fourth place. St George in 5th, the all Newcastle combination in 6th, and Armidale Rowing Club in lane 8 in 7th place.
And on the medal pontoon, we have the Women's C double scull. This is race 36. In 2nd place, it is Glebe Rowing Club, and that is Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. Congratulations, ladies. And for the gold medal, we have the Mossman composite, the Mossman Black Mountain composite. Zoe Lynham from Mossman Rowing Club and Amy Clay from Black Mountain. Congratulations to all.
So just a bit of a reminder, if you're out and about in the boat park, we've got a couple of stall holders here this weekend. We've got the lovely people from Bont Rowing up on top of the hill, and the regatta shop out the back of the grandstand, and a little reminder that the regatta shop they'll be closing up at 2 o'clock today and won't actually be back tomorrow, so make sure you pay them a visit for all your merchandise. We've also got the lovely folks from Wintec and Croker out in the boat park as well, so be sure to go and visit our stall holders. Without them, I'm sure we'd be in a world of trouble with broken boats and equipment repairs, and always very handy people to have a good relationship with, so go and pay them a visit. I'm sure by this point in the afternoon they would love a coffee. And just before we get underway in our next race, we'll have the presentation of medals for the men's F double scull. Third place and bronze medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. Second place and silver medalists, Capital Lakes, Steve Kraskowiak and Dario Beltrami. Gold medalists and state champions for 2024, Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Teachin and Kenneth Major. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the men's F double scull. And we've got a cracker of a race unfolding in front of us in the mixed A to C Coxless Quad Scull Finals. We have 4 crews contesting this one. Newcastle University Lake Macquarie Composite on the far side of the course. That's Christy Hinton from Newcastle University Boat Club, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, and then Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop from Newcastle University Boat Club. In lane 4 from Nepean, Palmina and Sienna Grady, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 5 from Glebe, Ann Skilton and Belindy Rowe, Andy Wigan and Tim Spiteri. In lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Andrew Goldstein, Alexander Doyd and Carissa Kleiman. So their first 2 crews there, the Newcastle University Composite went off a 5-second handicap being an A-grade crew. The Nepean crew went off a 4-second handicap being a B-grade crew, and the Glebe and Mossman crews, they're C-grade, and they went off starters orders. So things pretty tight between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It does look like our Mossman crew on the near side of the course have just strode out to a bit of a lead, or maintained their head start as it was. The Nepean crew starting to surge now through the field. They went off that 4-second handicap, while the Newcastle University Composite on the far side of the course have gone with them, but still just trail slightly. It'll be Mossman's race to lose here as our handicap starters start to make inroads in the last few hundred metres. If the handicap is applied properly and accurately, we are in for a cracker of a race here, and I think that is the case. Mossman look to have done enough to just hang on. They're a bit over a boat length on the field. The Newcastle Uni Composite on the far side of the course are surging. They're lifting the rate. The Nepean crew are faltering on the line. Mossman are going to do enough to hang on. Mossman Rowing Club have hung on to that lead. They'll take it by just under a boat length. Newcastle University Boat Club move through in the last 100 metres. Nepean will have to settle for the bronze, with Glebe falling just outside of the medals in the mixed A to C quad. That's the second mixed sculling race we've seen where we've had big Odin McIntosh striding into a bit of a grandstand finish there. He did a great job in the double sculls, I believe alongside Christy Hinton earlier on today. Correct me if I'm wrong, but fantastic finish there, and well done to Mossman for holding off those crews. So 2.86 seconds the margin after a 5-second head start. Pretty good effort there from the Newcastle Uni crew.
And on the medal pontoon, we have race 38, the mixed A to C quad scull, and that is Mossman Rowing Club. Congratulations to Lucy Stackpole-Moore, Andrew Goldstein, Alexander Deutsch, and Carissa Kleinman. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mossman, the winners of the mixed A to C quad scull. Give them a big round of applause. Big smiles there. Awesome racing. So next race on the course will be the mixed G to M double scull. They're just lining up at the start line as we speak, so I'll give you a run through of who is in what lane. So in lane 1 we have ANU, and that is Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney. Lane 2 will be Drummoyne of Rowena Stewart and Stephen Schneigel. Lane 3 will be Lake Macquarie of Doug Young and Judith Cousins. Lane 4 will be the Glebe Composite. That's a Glebe Sydney Uni Composite of Kerry Bigsworth and Mark Cheekton. And lane 5 is Newcastle. That's Susan Kemp and Peter Kemp. Lane 6 will be Mossman, Margaret Small and John May. Lane 7, Central Coast, Michael Lane and Catherine Lane. And lane 8 will be Lake Macquarie of Bruce Sharp and Anne Campbell. So those crews are just getting lined up at the moment as we speak. And that will be the next race to come down the course, the mixed G to M double final. just a friendly reminder as well that we have all of our stall holders out in the boat park, so please do give them a visit and say hello. We've got Giles from Regatta Shop who's just said that they will be packing up around 2 o'clock today, so please do give them a visit and say hello to Regatta Shop, along with our other stall holders. We've got Bomp Rowing, Croker Oars, Windtech, all in the boat park.
So as our G to M double scull crosses the line, Lake Macquarie leading Mossman, Glebe and Sydney Uni narrowly in third, and then some way back to Drummoyne, Central Coast, Newcastle ANU, and Lake Macquarie in eighth. So not Lake Macquarie, but in August, Port Macquarie Rowing Club will be hosting the Three Rivers 25k mini marathon Sunday 18th of August, 6:30am start, and it's a 25k race, a variety of boat classes including kayaking, surf boats, surf skis, dragon boats, canoes and stand-up paddleboards. If that takes your fancy, there's a cash prize pool of up to $1,500 available. Jump onto the Port Macquarie Rowing Club website and you'll be able to enter there. There's a few flyers hanging around with our medal presentation tent here at the finish line if you'd like a little bit more information, but a fantastic event, and 25k seems like a long way, but I'm sure that Port Macquarie Rowing Club are putting on a great event up there and making it worth the while. As our G to M double scull draws to a conclusion here. And Lake Macquarie Rowing Club here in lane 8. So they were the crew that went off go, along with the Central Coast and Mossman crews, who are a little bit off the pace at the moment. Well, the Mossman crew trying to hang on to a medal position. Lake Macquarie Rowing Club look like they've done enough to maintain their lead. They went off the go, and the Glebe and Sydney Uni crew over in the centre of the course there, they went off a 16-second handicap, and they've slotted themselves into the silver medal position. Lake Macquarie Rowing Club will take the win here in the G to M double scull, the mixed G to M double scull, I should say. Combo of Bruce Sharp and Anne Campbell take the win from the Glebe Sydney Uni crew in the silver. The Mossman crew, who went off go, hang on to the bronze medal position ahead of Drummoyne in 4th. Australian National University in 5th. Newcastle, Susan and Peter Kemp in 6th. Combo in lane 7 from Central Coast, Michael Lane and Catherine Lane in 8th. And the second of the Lake Macquarie crews, Doug Young and Judith Cousins, there in lane 3 in 9th place. So our penultimate race before the lunch break here at the 2024 New South Wales Masters Rowing Championship well underway. Another mixed event. We've got 2 divisions of this event. The mixed D to F quad scull. We've got Sydney University in lane 2, Manning River and Drummoyne Composite in lane 3, Newcastle University Boat Club Composite in lane 4, Lake Macquarie in lane 5, Lake Macquarie and Endeavour Composite in lane 6, and Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 7. The lane 6 and 7 crews both went off go, and a 4-second handicap for the rest of the field, which doesn't appear to have had too much impression on the result of this race, as the Manning River Composite crew, Joanne McPhillamy, Sally Webeck, Nick Johnson and Rhett Pattinson have strode out to a lead, and leading by over a boat length now as they just start to cross into the red buoys of the last 100 metres of the course here at Sydney International Regatta Centre. Lake Macquarie to their left in lane 5, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel, Sean Donza and Sean Ryan sitting in the provisional silver medal position, and races on for the minor medals, or for the bronze medal I should say. The Manning River Composite will take the gold. Lake Macquarie in lane 5 will... Lake Macquarie in lane 5 will take the silver. And Drummoyne will hang on for a bronze medal in this one. The Newcastle University composite will take 4th place in a really tight finish. I just missed. I don't think I'm going to be able to call that one. I'll wait for the photo on that between the Lake Macquarie composite and the Sydney University crew on the far side. So Division 2 and our final race before the lunch break underway now, the mixed D to F quad scull. Lane 3, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Charles Hamilton, David Page, Katrina Shanahan and Julie Lau. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown, Louise Termine, Greg Evans and Shane Trotter. Lane 5, Drummoyne number 1 crew, Gary Foster, Caroline Vernon, Gabrielle Haythornwaite, Wendy Roncolato. Lane 6, St George Rowing Club, Jenny Wilson, Joanne Ward, Christopher Jones and Alan Robinson. And in Lane 7, a composite of Manning River and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs, Trudy McDonald, Tess Fearon, Robert Wallace and Murray Doust in that crew in Lane 7. And it is the Lane 6 and 7 crews who are doing battle for the win here in the E quad scull. So St George Rowing Club currently with the ascendancy, just over a boat length in front of the Manning River composite crew. Manning River composite crew, Tess Fearon in that crew took a fantastic win in the ladies F single, I believe it was, earlier on in this session. It's one of the best races of the morning so far, but that crew over in Lane 7, the Manning River composite, just struggling to overcome the St George Rowing Club crew there, which looks to maybe have just had a substitution in there that I don't have in my program in Lane 6, but it is that St George crew, Jenny Wilson, Joan Ward, Christopher Jones and Alan Robertson, who will take the gold medal in this final race of the session. Just over a boat length, a little bit of clear water back to the Manning River composite for the silver. And the Drummoyne, looks to be Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie composite crew there in Lane 5 for the bronze, ahead of the all Lake Macquarie crew in Lane 4, who will finish outside the medals in 4th place. And the Drummoyne number 2 crew in Lane 3 to round out the field in the mixed D to F quad scull Division 2, the last race before the lunch break.
Good one. You shouldn't make it look so easy though.
Just holding something, just like
And coming through the 250 metre mark now of Glebe Rowing Club, Mika and Parry.
So this on the course here is a PR3 double of Mika and Parry, coached by Kenneth Major. So the current title holder for this race is R. Fendel and M. Kelly. So Mika Kelly with a different partner, it looks like. So be defending their title today as they come into the closing stages of their race. And Glebe just coming up to the last few strokes of their race. So congratulations to Mika Kelly and Parry Mataris. Congratulations, Glebe. Huge shouts from the bank. Huge support network there.
And underway now is the women's C grade 8. In lane 5 we have a Mossman composite and lane 6 light cart. This is a 1 kilometre race, so they'll be coming through pretty quickly.
So Mossman Black Mountain composite have just gone through the 500 metre mark with an 11-second lead over Leichhardt. So quite a commanding lead at this point in the race. Can Leichhardt claw a few seconds back off that Mossman Black Mountain composite as they come past the 500 metre mark in the women's Masters C8? Mossman are the current holders of this event, and they are looking to be in a really strong rhythm at this point, maintaining their length off the back, looking quite tidy. So congratulations to Mossman at this point in the race. So got a huge big rhythm there in the Mossman Black Mountain composite and the women's C8. Got Kim Lowry, Mina Hornby, Alexandra Walding, Lucy Stackpole-Moore, Sarah Ahern, Christina Larson, Zoe Lynham, Carissa Kleinham, coxed by Renee Domachet, and they have just crossed the finish line of the women's C8 ahead of Leichhardt. So congratulations to the winners of that Mossman composite, Mossman Black Mountain in the women's C8. And on the medal pontoon, we have the para double scull. That is Glebe Rowing Club of Mika Kelly and Parry Mataris. Congratulations.
And fresh off the start now is the men's D Coxless 4. In lane 3 we have North Shore, lane 4 Mossman, lane 5 Manning River, lane 6 UNSW, and lane 7 Melbourne. Mossman are the current title holders of this race, so they'll be looking to hold on to that.
So just a final reminder to make sure that you take a look at all of our stall holders around the regatta site. Regatta shop are here until 2 p.m, so if you want to get any last minute purchases in with them, please do so now before they shut up shop for the weekend. So please go and see regatta shop and say hello to them.
And just past the 500 metre mark now is the men's D Coxless 4, with Melbourne out in front with a 5-second lead over UNSW, who have a 1-second lead over Mossman. So it's a tight race between these three crews.
And just pulled into the medal pontoon are the winners of the Women's C8, and that's the Mossman composite of Mossman and Black Mountain. So congratulations to them. Renee has steered quite a few races today, so she'll be going home with quite a few medals around her neck. So congratulations to that crew and Renee, the Cox, who has brilliantly steered that crew to a gold medal.
And coming in really quickly to the finish line now is the men's Coxless 4, and that is lane 7, Melbourne, who will take the win. Congratulations. And UNSW for silver, and Mossman will bring home a bronze. Well done.
Manning River just crossed the line there in the men's D Coxless 4. And North Shore just crossed the line there, so congratulations to the men there in the D Coxless 4. Just back to the medal pontoon, we've got the women's C8, so that's Mossman Black Mountain composite of Kim Lowry, Mina Hornby, Alexandra Walding, Lucy Stackpole-Moore, Sarah Ahern, Christina Larson, Zoe Lynham, Carissa Kleinen, and Renee Domachet. Well done.
And underway now is the women's F pair. In lane 2, we have North Shore, who is scratched. Lane 3, St George, of Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready, coach Bruce Williams. Lane 4, St George Des Moines Composite, with Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward, coach also Bruce Williams. In lane 6, we have Black Mountain Des Moines Composite, with Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. From ANU, we have Elaine Bisker and Sue Donahoe. In lane 8, from North Shore, we have Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coach Kim Rudder.
And on the medal pontoon, we have race 44. This is the men's D coxless 4. So coming all the way from Melbourne, we have Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. Secondary, University of NSW. And the third are Mossman, just getting their medals now. So that's Andrew Horrigan, Brenton Yates, Scott Beachley and Justin Hooker. Congratulations, gentlemen.
And just through the 500 metre mark now, it's North Shore who have a comfortable lead over St George, who have a comfortable lead over St George Des Moines Composite. So it's a spread out field, but they're looking very good. And there's a battle to the line from St George and North Shore, who look to be neck and neck.
This is a corker of a race. I think that North Shore might just have them as we approach the final few strokes. That's North Shore in lane 8 of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. And their bow has just crossed the finish line, about a length and a half clear, over the St George boat. In lane 3 of Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready. Followed by lane 4, the St George Composite, St George Des Moines Composite, for Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward.
On the course now is the women's I to M single scull. In lane 4 from Mossman, we have Margaret Small, and lane 5 from Canberra, we have Janie Corrie. Janie was off go, and Margaret is off a 24-second handicap.
So next up on the medal pontoon, we have the women's F pair. So the current title holders are North Shore, and that is McBride and Blackwell, who have managed to retain their title for this year. So congratulations to Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, who have taken home the gold medal, coached by Kim Rudder. So they've retained their title for 2024. So congratulations, ladies. In third, we have the St George Composites. That's St George Drummoynes. That's Rowena Stewart and Joanna Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. And in second, we have St George. That's Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready, again coached by Bruce Williams. So congratulations, ladies. Fantastic race.
The women's I to M single sculls went through the 500 metre mark, and from Canberra, Janie Corrie has in fact increased her lead over Margaret Small. Off from 24 seconds, has increased the margin to 27 seconds.
Oh, fantastic racing from both ladies coming down the course there. So Janie is being cheered on very enthusiastically by her clubmates. She is still in the lead as she approaches the last 100 metres. She's come all the way from Canberra, so she's going to make it count in the last few strokes of this race. So that's Janie Corrie from Canberra Rowing Club, just approaching the line in the women's I to M single scull over Margaret Small from Mossman Rowing Club.
On the course now is the Women's H single scull. In lane 1 from Canberra, we have Susan Linaker. In lane 2 from Sydney University, we have Kerry Bigsworth. In lane 3 from Newcastle, we have Susan Kemp. In lane 4 from Abbotsford, we have Petra McCaskill. In lane 5 from Endeavour Rowing Club, we have Lindy Nisbet. In lane 6 from North Shore, we have Susan Walter. Lane 7 from Mossman, Kathy Wood. Lane 8 from Manning River, Gay Pullen. In lane 9 from North Shore, Janet Pedlington. And it is very tight coming through the halfway mark, but it is Susan Linaker ahead of Kerry Bigsworth and Lindy Nisbet.
So coming up to the finish line, we have race 47, and that is the Women's H single scull. Over in lane 1 is Susan Lineker from Canberra, who has just got her foul ball ahead, about a boat length ahead of lane 2, Kerry Bigsworth from Sydney University. So we're into the final 100 metres, last few strokes for our scullers out on the course, but I think that Susan is going to take the win in this one over Kerry Bigsworth from Sydney University. We've got a really tight race here for third position between lanes 5, 6 and 9. North Shore just put a really big push in there to take the third position. That is Janet Pendleton from North Shore. So congratulations to her.
And on the podium now is Janie Corey from Canberra Rowing Club, who took the gold medal for the women's I to M single scull. Congratulations.
So just to recap the women's H single scull, in first place we have Susan Lineker, second place is Kerry Bigsworth from Sydney University, and third place is Janet Pendleton from North Shore, just closely pipping her teammate Susan Walter from North Shore. Then in fifth we have Lindsay Nisbet from Endeavour. Lane 8 is Manning Rither, Gabe Pullen, who just came through on the 6th place. Kathy Wood took 7th from Mossman Rowing Club. Petra Maskell came 8th from Abbotsford. And in 9th place is Susan Kemp. So that's the women's H single scull. Congratulations, ladies. They are just turning around and coming into the medal pontoon now.
Coming into the closing stages of the race is the men's A quad scull. In lane 4 we have Drummoyne ADF composite, and in lane 5 we have a University of New South Wales composite. They are neck and neck, battling it out, bow ball to bow ball.
This is
so
a
they come
brilliant
through
race
to the finish line. But it just looks like lane 5, UNSW Newcastle will take the win over Drummoyne ADF composite. Congratulations.
For Lisa, that was a right knee jerker, wasn't it? It was a fantastic race there. So we're just waiting for the margins to come through on that one, but that was a fantastic race of the men's A quad scull.
Underway is the men's H quad scull. In lane 4 we have an Abbotsford Penrith composite, and lane 5 Lake Macquarie composite. Once again they are pretty tight, coming through the 500 metre mark.
So coming into medal pontoons now, we have the women's H single sculls just getting their medal. So in third place, that was Janet Pendleton from North Shore. In second place, Sydney University, that's Kerry Bigsworth, coached by Kirsten and Philip. And in first place is Canberra Rowing Club, and that is Susan Lineker. Congratulations, ladies. Some fantastic racing there.
Go, Lake Macquarie!
So receiving their medals on the medal pontoon, we have the men's A quad scull, and this is the University of New South Wales, Newcastle University and Newcastle Boat Club. This is a composite from Brad Smith, Chris Burns, Odin McIntosh and Michael Pickford. Congratulations, gents.
Underway now is the men's C pair. In lane 4 from North Shore, we have George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5 from North Shore, we have Kieran Shekhar and Jeffrey Beer, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6 from Glebe, we have Andy Wigan and Tim Schipperty.
So just on the course coming down now through the 500 metre mark, we've got in first place of the men's C pair, it's North Shore taking a lead over Glebe by about 7 seconds, and then the other North Shore pair behind by 7 seconds again in the men's C pair. So on the medal pontoon, congratulations to Lake Macquarie, the new champions of the men's H quad scull. So that is Gary Freeman, Doug Young, Shane Trotter and William Sher. Congratulations, gents. Winners of the men's H quad scull. Congratulations.
Lane 4, North Shore, have taken the win for the men's C pair, and Glebe Rowing Club will take silver over Lane 5, North Shore, who are just closing the race now.
So Lake Macquarie just getting their medals now for the men's H quad scull. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie. So talking of Macquarie, Port Macquarie are hosting a Three Rivers 25-kilometre mini marathon race on Sunday the 18th of August. So it goes from Log Wharf Reserve Telegraph Point to Port Macquarie, and different watercraft categories can include rowing sculls, sea kayaks, surf boats, surf skis, dragon boats, stand-up paddleboards and outrigger canoes. So if you'd like to find out more, please head over to the Port Macquarie Rowing Club's website, where they are hosting their Three Rivers 25-kilometre mini marathon event. So head over to that website and find out more info there. So on the course now we have race 51. This is the men's B quad scull. Current title holders for this are Glebe and Lake Macquarie, neither of which are competing in this event this year. Instead we've got Lane 4, University of New South Wales, and Lane 5, the Nepean composite, Nagambie and Mossman composite in Lane 5. Neck and neck at this point, I'd say. How about you? What do you think, Lucy?
Yeah, it's a very tight race, and it's 1 second in between the crews coming through the 500-metre mark. So it'll be exciting to see what moves can be made in the final stages of this race. And receiving their medals now is the men's C-grade pair with North Shore crew of George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by Kim Rudder. Congratulations.
So a real ding-dong coming down the course at the moment, isn't it, Lucy? Who do you think's got this one?
It's too early to tell, but it's once again a bow-ball-to-bow-ball race. I've had a few of these this afternoon.
It's what we like to see. It's what it's all about, hey?
Yeah.
Can University of New South Wales pull through? Can they do it? What do you think?
I don't know. It's pretty tight, but it does look as though the Nepean Nagambie Mossman composite might just stay ahead of the UNSW crew to take the win.
Can they get clear water? It's very tight, but they're still hanging on there. Just about got clear water there over the University of New South Wales crew. So congratulations there to the Nepean Nagambie Mossman composite of Daniel Waddell, Andrew Goldstein, Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell in the men's B quad scull.
And receiving their medals now are the men's B quad scull, the Nepean Nagambie Mossman composite of Daniel Waddell, Andrew Goldstein, Alistair Isherwood, and Jason Waddell. Congratulations. And underway now is the men's I to M pair. In lane 2 from Mossman, we have Peter Mayo and John Newcob. And in lane 3 from Mossman, we have John Struick and John May. In lane 4 from Mossman, we have John Hardy and Philip Titterton. In lane 5 from North Shore, we have David Kay and Len Walter. And in lane 7 from North Shore and Drummoyne, we have Graham Warner and John James. Through the 500 metre mark. This is a handicap event, but the North Shore composite has held their lead over North Shore, who are ahead of the Mossman crews. But will they be able to hang on? I'm not sure.
So we've got lane 7, the North Shore and Drummoyne composite, coming into the final few strokes of their race. Managed to keep their bows ahead of Mossman over there in lane 3. So that's North Shore composite, North Shore and Drummoyne, just crossed ahead of the line of Mossman in lane 3. Got Mossman in lane 4, just about to cross the line there. Lane 5, North Shore 1. David Kay and Len Walter just crossed ahead of Mossman Peter Mayo and John Newcomb. On the course we have race 53, that's the men's G double sculls. We have in lane number 3, it's Drummoyne 2. Lane 4 is Glebe Rowing Club, lane 5 is St George, lane 6 Drummoyne, and lane 7 is Shoalhaven. Through the 500 metre mark, Glebe Rowing Club are in the lead. Second place we have Drummoyne 2. Third place is Drummoyne. Fourth place St George, and fifth place is Shoalhaven. So that was coming through the 500 metre mark.
And approaching the finish line very quickly is the Glebe crew, who have about a boat length ahead of the Drummoyne crews, who will be battling it out for that silver medal position. But Glebe did get that gold medal in a time of 4:03, and it is a photo finish between Drummoyne and Drummoyne 2. It's exciting. And St George in fourth place. And that's Shoalhaven to finish off this race.
So just on your screens at the moment is race 54, and this is the women's D double scull. We have lane 1 is North Shore, lane 2 Lake Macquarie Composite at Leichhardt, lane 3 Drummoyne, lane 4 Lake Macquarie, lane 5 Newcastle Composite, lane 6 Newcastle Uni, lane 7 the St George Composite with Shoalhaven, and lane 8 is Lake Macquarie. They are and just in the top of your screen there, we can see the medals being given for the men's IM pair. In first place, we had the North Shore Drummoyne Composite of Graham Wynne and John James. Second place was Mossman of John Struick and John May. And third place for Mossman was John Hardy and Philip Tidderton. Congratulations, gents. But approaching the finish line, we've got a fantastic race here in the women's D double scull. So we've got lane 2 out in front, coming into their last few strokes. So that's lane 2, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt Composite of Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald, just pipping the line ahead of lane 7, which is the St George Shoalhaven Composite of Katrina Davis and Amanda Berendt. And for that bronze medal, who do you think, Lucy? I think it's going to be that far North Shore
looks
crew.
like the far crew, just ahead of lane 5, the composite, and then lane 8, and rounding up, we have lane 3 coming in 6th, and lane 4 to round up the... there are more, sorry. Lane 4 coming in 7th, and lane 6 of Newcastle Uni rounding up the field. It was a very good race from everyone. On the course now is the men's single scull. In lane 2, we have, from Lake Macquarie, we have Jeremy Smith. In lane 3, from Newcastle Uni, we have David Hislop. In lane 4, from Shoalhaven, we have Mark Whitaker. In lane 5, from Leichhardt, we have Richard Medway. In lane 6 from Des Moines, we have Stuart Fredrickson. Lane 7 from St George, Alan Robertson. And lane 8, Nepean, we have Noel Roller. Coming into the closing stages of this race, it does look as though it's the middle of the field. Lane 5, Leichhardt, Richard Medway, who might just take out this gold medal. Closely followed by St George, Alan Robertson. And then it will be lane 2, Jeremy Smith for the bronze medal. Closely followed by lane 4, Mark Whitaker. Very close race between these four.
And on the medal pontoon, we have race 53, the men's G double sculls. This was a really, really tight race that we had here, and we had a photo finish as well. So in first place was Glebe Rowing Club, and that was Mark Cheaton and Stephen Coldwell. In second place was Drummoyne 2 of Branko Kovacic and Gabriel Haythorne-Thwaite. And then third place was Drummoyne, Richard Jones and Stephen Schneigel. So congratulations, gents. The men's G double scull.
And big congratulations to Noel Roller from Nepean Rowing Club, who just crossed the line.
And now we have on the medal pontoon is race 54, the women's D double sculls. So congratulations to the gold medal holders, the Lake Macquarie composite with Leichhardt of Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald. In second place was the St George composite with St George and Shoalhaven of Katrina Davies and Amanda Brent. And in third place was North Shore with Ruth Gibson and Zeta Brions, coached by Guy Morgan. Congratulations, ladies.
And lining up now is race 56, the women's E quad. In lane 1, we have Leichhardt. Lane 2, Black Mountain. Lane 3, Manning River composite with St George and Des Moines. Lane 4, Sydney University. Lane 5, Leichhardt. Lane 6, Black Mountain. 7, North Shore. 8, Endeavour. And lane 9, Des Moines. And on the podium now is the men's E-single scull. In gold, the gold medal is Leichhardt Richard Medway. Congratulations. Coming through the 500 metre mark now is the women's E-quad. It's quite a tight race, but Black Mountain is ahead of Leichhardt, and in third at the moment is North Shore, closely followed by Manning River Composite.
This is a fantastic race, really, really tight between the field. This is going to be a fantastic race, isn't it, between first, second and third? What do you think, Lucy? Who do you think's got it? I mean, Black Mountain have come all the way.
Yeah, it would be good if they could take out this win, but from up here it is very hard and very deceiving to see who is in front.
There's nothing in it here. It's seat for seat. Everyone's throwing everything that they've got into it in this last 100 metres of the race. I think we've got lane 6 just slightly got their bows ahead over lane 1, then closely followed by lane 3. That's what I'm calling at the moment, Lucy. What do you think?
Well, lane 6 Black Mountain, they'll be very thrilled with this win. And it is a very close second and third place between Leichhardt and Manning Valley Composite.
That was a fantastic race there, race 56. That was the women's E-quad sculls. In first place we had Black Mountain, second place Leichhardt, and third place Manning River Composite. So that's Manning River, St George and Drummoyne Composite. And just on the course now we have race 57, and that's the men's F8. In lane 5 we've got the University of New South Wales, and closer to you in the picture we have lane 6, which is Leichhardt. Leichhardt just taking an early lead over University of New South Wales. Leichhardt close to you on the picture that we have right now in the final of the men's F8. So currently on your screens, you've got Leichhardt Rowing Club, Andrew McCallum, Dean Patterson, Robert Tilley, Norrie Cannon, Alexander Kempson, Eric Moore, Dan O'Callaghan, Timothy Tyndale, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. And just coming up to the 500 metre mark, about 9 seconds behind, is the University of New South Wales. That is comprised of David Alexander, Warwick Fisher, Derek Heath, Matthew Fihon, Mohammed Eid, Scott Anthony Mason, Matthew Bayfield, David Leeds, coxed by Angela Zeng. You can just see them on your picture now. So currently on your screens, you've got Leichhardt Rowing Club in the men's F8, trained down at Iron Cove, just taking quite a good lead here over University of New South Wales in the men's F8 final. Just hit the red buoys coming into the last 100 metres of this race. So just confirmation there of Leichhardt winning over University of New South Wales in the men's F8. Congratulations to Leichhardt. And on your screens now, you can just see the women's A single sculls lining up. We've got Glebe in lane 3, Newcastle Uni in lane 4, Leichhardt 1 in lane 5 and Leichhardt 2 in lane 6. So just on your screens at the moment is race 58 of the women's A single scull.
It looks like Leichhardt Lane 5, Wendy Miller, has a very comfortable lead over Lane 4, Newcastle Uni, Christy Hitton. And in third place at the moment is Wendy Lopresti from Leichhardt with a lead over Glebe's Julia Vitkovskia.
And currently on the medal pontoon, we have the women's E quad scull. This was a fantastic race and was raced right up until the line. So congratulations to all getting their medals now. So in third place, we had the Manning River, St George and Drummoyne composite of Rowena Stewart, Sally Webeck, Joanne Ward and Joanne McPhellamy. In second place, Leichhardt 1 of Diane Williams, Susan Huggett, Jane Hutchinson and Belinda Brigham. And in third place, the Manning River composite. That was Manning River, St George and Drummoyne 2. I meant to say in first place we have Black Mountain of Cecile Young, Christine Young, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Powles. So congratulations ladies and the women's E quad scull.
So it looks like Leichhardt 2, Nikki Lopresti, is going to take out the gold medal, followed by Lane 4, Christy Hitton, and another Leichhardt competitor, Wendy Miller, for third place. And Julia Vitkovskia will bring the field to a close.
So on your screens right now, we can see race 59. This is the women's B single scull. Over in lane 1, Glee Rowing Club, Belindy Rowe. Lane 2, North Shore Rowing Club, Olivia Tung. Lane 3, Black Mountain, Zoe Lynham. Lane 4, Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 5, Black Mountain, that is Jane Clues. Lane 6 will be Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. Lane 7 will be Glebe, Heidi Lindell, and lane 8 is Lake Macquarie, Lisa Gristle. So they are just lining up for the start of race 59, the women's B single sculls. So we've been pretty lucky with the conditions so far, haven't we, today, Lucy? Earlier it was quite cloudy and there was quite a bit of fog on the course, so I thought it was going to be a bit touch and go, but it's cleared up and it's looking quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really nice and flat, and the slight tailwind by the looks of things. So that will make things hopefully a little bit easier.
A little bit faster.
Yeah.
Perfect conditions, hey?
Yes, very.
And thank you to all those that are watching from at home as well on the live stream. Big shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in. But for those that are still here, please be sure to visit our stall holders that we've got here today. We've got Bont Rowing, Perfect Balance Rowing, Wintech, Croker and Regatta Shop have been here today. So please be sure to have a little look round our stall holders area, and thank you to our lovely stall holders for coming down today. So just on your screen, we've got the men's F8, that is University of New South Wales, who picked up the silver medal, and we will run through a name check in a bit. And they're off in the women's B single sculls, out the blocks. On your screen there, so the women's B single scull, lane 1 Glebe, lane 2 North Shore, lane 3 Black Mountain, lane 4 Shoalhaven, lane 5 Black Mountain, lane 6 and 7 Glebe, and lane 8 Lake Macquarie. So receiving their medals now are University of New South Wales, the silver medal for the men's F8. Congratulations, David Alexander, Warwick Fisher, Derek Heath, Matthew Feehon, Mohammed Eid, Scott Anthony Mason, Matthew Bayfield, David Lees, coxed by Angela Zhang. Congratulations, that's the silver medal to University of New South Wales. And with the gold medal is going to Leichhardt Rowing Club, Andrew McCallum, Dean Patterson, Robert Tilley, Norrie Cannon, Alexander Kempson, Eric Moore, Dan O'Callaghan, Timothy Tyndale, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. Congratulations, gents.
And through the 500 metre mark now is the women's B grade single scull, with Black Mountain out ahead of the rest of the field, but everyone else seems to be pretty close. At the moment, it is Olivia Tung from North Shore in second, and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven in third, just ahead of Heidi Lendell from Glebe.
So another congratulations there to the men's F8, Leichhardt with gold and University of New South Wales in silver. Congratulations, gents.
And ploughing towards the finish line is the women's B single scull. They are approaching the last 100 metres of this race. They're just inside the red boys. But it does look as though it is that Black Mountain sculler who has maintained her lead. However, Heidi Lindell from Glebe does look like she's making some moves to hopefully get into that third place position.
This is a real ding-dong of a race, isn't it, Lucy?
Yeah, gosh, it's tight.
Can Olivia Tung hold on to the silver medal position? They're giving everything they've got, but Zoe Lynham has just crossed in the gold medal position. I think that's going to be a photo finish for second and third.
That will have to be a photo finish.
That was
and
awesome
Heidi
racing.
just missing out on a medal position. Oh, yeah. Lane 5 and 6, that is Black Mountain and Jackie from Glebe. And lane 1, Belindy Rowe. That was an excellent race from everyone. And the results for second and third, it is Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis in second, and North Shore, Olivia Tung in third.
And on the podium, we have the Women's A single scull. In first place with Leichhardt 2, Nikki Lepresti. Second place, Newcastle Uni, Christy Hinton. Third place, Leichhardt 1, Wendy Miller. Congratulations, the winners of the Women's A single scull. Congrats, ladies. We have our penultimate race now, just lining up the mixed D to F Coxless 4 at the start line at the moment, race 60. So we've got Lake Macquarie in lane 3, Glebe in lane 4, Lake Macquarie in lane 5, and a St George North Shore composite in lane 6. So on your screens, the mixed D to F4 minus final. We've got a bit of steering going on. The umpires just getting involved and waving their flag, just warning that Lake Macquarie crew to get back into their lane. I don't think it's going to affect the competition, but just want to make sure that we're safely getting down the course in one piece. And they seem to have corrected their steer. Oh, no, they're just going back off to the other side now. It's always tricky, isn't it, in these Coxless 4s, especially when you've got a little bit of a potential power imbalance between the sides. So they're just grazing the boys there. So on your screens in the top left, we can just see the crews coming through the 500 metres. We've got St George and North Shore out in front, second place Glebe, third place Lake Macquarie, and fourth place Lake Macquarie. So got race 16, the mixed D to F, Coxless 4, coming down the course. And I've just been informed that it's Steve Harris's birthday, so if we could all just wish him a big happy birthday cheer as he comes down the course. And that's Steve Harris from the St George Composite. Big birthday cheers as he comes down the course. Just hitting the red boys at the moment. Coming into the closing stages of this race. So that's St George Composite of Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Steve Harris and Alan Robertson just coming across the line. And what a good birthday treat to win the mixed D to F Coxless 4. Congratulations. In lane 4 we have Glebe, and that's Anne Skilton, Cecil Fair, Mark Cheaton and Kenneth Major. Just across the line ahead of lane 3's Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald, Kirsten Berry, Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. And in lane 5 we have the other Lake Macquarie crew. And coming up to the line now we have the Lake Macquarie crew of Guillermo, Gomez and Saldo, Shane Trotter, Kim Stedman and Tracy Needman just coming through the line now. Congratulations to all.
And on the medal podium now, in your top left corner of your screen is the women's B grade single scull. In first place from Black Mountain we have Zoe Linham. In second place from Shoalhaven, we have Katrina Davis, and third place from North Shore, Olivia Tung. Congratulations.
And this is the final race of today, race 61, the mixed G to M quad scull on your screens, just lining up now. So just whilst we're waiting for this race to come down the course, we've got gentle reminder to check out the Three Rivers 25-kilometre mini marathon at Port Macquarie. There are cash mystery prizes totaling $1,500. So head over to the Port Macquarie Boat Club website and you can check out more for their race on Sunday the 18th of August 2024. And we just have the first crew going off from the mixed G to M quad scull on your screen now.
Race 61 is the mixed G to M quad scull. In lane 1 we have Canberra, lane 2 Black Mountain, lane 3 ANU with Melbourne Composite, lane 4 Newcastle, lane 5 Lake Macquarie, lane 6 Manning River, 7 Endeavour Lake Macquarie Composite, in lane 8 North Shore, and in lane 9 Canberra. This is a handicap event, so it will be a staggered start. And through the 500 metre mark now, it is Canberra Rowing Club just ahead of North Shore. And in third at the moment is Manning River. Fourth, Endeavour Lake Macquarie Composite. In fifth is Black Mountain Lane. And in sixth, ANU Melbourne Composite. In seventh, Canberra Lane. In eighth, Lake Macquarie. And ninth is Newcastle.
So on the medal pontoon at the moment, we have the St George Composite from the mixed D to F Coxless 4. So congratulations to Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robinson, coached by Kim Rudder and Bruce Williams. And that's the St George North Shore Composite for the mixed D to F Coxless 4. So congratulations. And I think we've got a bit of a dumb hanger coming down the course here, haven't we, Lucy?
Yeah, it's a battle out between 4 crews by the looks of things, but it is lane 8 and lane 6 who will be bow ball to bow ball for first place.
I think that Black Mountain might just have it over North Shore from where I'm sat in the commentary tower. Can they hold on in these last few strokes? So lane
and
6.
that is Manning River from lane 6, who is ahead of North Shore in lane 8. And it was ANU and Melbourne Composite who just took the 3rd place position over Canberra Rowing Club.
And they will be glad for that. A few of these crews have come quite a long way to race here today, so congratulations. They're making it worth it, racing right until the line there. So congratulations to all. So thank you all for tuning in. And that is bye from me, Alex Wenyon.
And from me, Lucy Absley.
Thank you to all of our volunteers, competitors, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.